Hello again, Struck. Good evening or good day wherever you are. Today we will be streaming some more Torchlight 3. Just like yesterday, I'm gonna be switching in between heroes so it doesn't become kind of stale and it doesn't end up me playing the same hero for hours and hours. I get bored, you probably get bored, so let's have some variety. I'm gonna start with the build video spotlight hero from today. Today I uploaded this finally as a build, the Lightstruck hero, which is using something I decided to call the Piercing Light Dusk Mage build. You've seen me play it over the last week or so, so you kind of probably know what it is. If you haven't, well, you can see it now in action. I'm getting unlucky with drops and I'm saving my money for gambling cannons. So I know I can gamble and get the right focus items or digiti, the right foci or digiti, maybe it's better to say. But yeah, I'm probably gonna do some gambling for focus or digitus random drops, but I'm gonna first try and get as close to 20k and then do that today to hopefully get the Arc of Light or some of the other good weapons. Big nerfs are coming. It turns out that this item, by the way, let me quickly tell you some stuff that I read in the patch notes. It turns out this Dusk Mage item, the Brilliant Herald, which was resulting in the craziest crits ever from what I've heard, it turns out this item was doing 2500 increased weapon damage instead of 500 increased weapon damage. So that's why people have been doing those crazy hits, because this one was boosting some things. So that's one of the things that seems to have been broken and is gonna change on Tuesday. Another thing that's changing on Tuesday that was also broken, let me quickly check if there's a wife bound I need to be mindful of. Alright, no wife bound, let's teleport then. Another thing, let me quickly go back to the patch notes. Yeah, another thing that was broken, item. Wow, that's a big patch note post. There's gonna be a lot of rebalancing, so the major things are some skills are becoming better, some things are not, and are becoming weaker, but weaker for a reason. And again, some things were broken and are getting fixed, such as this item. I'm gonna go back into the game and then talk about the patch notes again when I remember about something. Prezis XD. Welcome back to Bangarang, and nice to hear that you've enjoyed the video. Yeah, the Dusk Mage, that's actually the one from the video that I uploaded today. That's that setup. Nothing is different compared to the video. Of course, it's always, when it comes to relic weapons, it's always optional. Do you wanna go for a relic weapon that gives you crit chance, or do you wanna get a ton of crit chance in your gear? So many people probably would prefer to go for super low relic cooldown, not relic skill but relic activation cooldown, and go for crit chance while that relic is active. And that's fine. I mean, if you don't have enough crit chance in your items, that is completely fine. I personally do those fine-tuning steps at level 60, at max level. I don't care whether I'm maxing out my crit chance, crit damage while leveling, because normally while leveling, most of the items you switch out every few hours. So on Tuesday, when we go back to leveling, we're gonna see how... oh fuck, not again. Alright, let's kill it before he does some damage. I kind of ended up getting stuck underground. Hopefully this gets fixed. I read through the patch notes, but I might have missed the place where they're mentioning Strong Tusk or this teleporting under the arena kind of thing. So I'm gonna start with a few boss kills with this character, and then as always switch in between some of the others. So feel free to let me know if you want to see me playing different heroes, different builds. You posted a book today and you're leveling your mage today. Nice banger rank. What book did you post? If you haven't seen the official Discord, there's patch notes there that can kind of tell you about all the stuff that is changing apparently with the next update. So you gotta keep that in mind. There's huge list of changes and bug fixes and reworks and rebalances and whatever might come to your mind. So you're saying that with level 10 you can pick up the movement skill in Light 3. Yeah, that bug is getting fixed. That bug is getting fixed. I actually saw that bug while leveling this hero. So this one, Luminous Run, would no longer be learnable. Is that a word? Is that an actual word? But yeah, we'll no longer be able to learn Luminous Run at level 10. It would be level 15 as it's intended. So that's getting fixed with the patch on Tuesday. I mean, if you look at it, it's one of those bugs that probably wasn't that difficult, didn't take that long to fix. Probably was some sort of numbers that need to be changed, and it's definitely something they wouldn't want to exist as a bug, because it just doesn't seem that right. But oh, some things are getting changed. Speaking of the patch notes, let me check. I think it was on the Dusk Mage. Some things switched places. I think Radiant Blast switched places with something. And just let me quickly check. Swapped placement of Holy Fury and Radiant Blast, meaning you're gonna be learning Holy Fury at level 15 and Radiant Blast at level 5. So those two are switching places. So if you're using them, keep in mind that this is how this would be. Oh, and Radiant Blast, you can see here it says infused enemy not Radiant Blast, this one, Light Spear. No, wait, where was it? The double, oh, this one. Every third cast fires a larger bolt that deals double damage. This one is going to be a tier 1 bonus, but it's gonna be 150% instead of 200% damage that it does. But one holy charged fire fire 2 holy bolts is going to be tier 3 bonus. There's a bunch of things like that. I mean, it's probably best to check it in the moment in the Discord server. Sorry if I'm not talking much during the boss fight. Oh, I need to remember not to get stuck. I might just play it safer, and instead of teleporting all the time and killing it quickly, I'd rather kill it slow but don't get stuck and end up dying underground. Oh, and something I've just noticed from the patch notes is those boss maps, those Face Beast maps are supposed to roll with affixes. They're supposed to roll with affixes, and those affixes first of all are not rolling. So apparently this is getting fixed as well. And there were some other things apart from those map affixes that haven't been rolling that they fixed, such as, for example, some maps weren't even rolling. Like over here you can see I'm only rolling White Vault and what's its name, that guy I just killed, Strong Tusk. So they're probably fixing it so that it finally starts when you open a Phase Beast map to be seeing other things, not just a couple. I'm gonna be selling blue stuff as well, maybe. For now, let's keep some blue stuff. Because how am I doing with the enchantment resources? Enchantment powder, 56 blue. Well, okay, yesterday I've been doing a lot of stuff. If I've got 56, I might as well just sell some stuff now. Oh, and they're changing it so that we can freeze and chill bosses. Right now we can't freeze or chill bosses. And ice damage was kind of underwhelming, and the ice relic itself was kind of underwhelming. But with this change and some other changes that they're doing to the cold heart relic, that's gonna be pretty nice, especially knowing that you can freeze and chill bosses with the patch that's coming Tuesday. So pretty stoked to hear about this change. I might actually level up on not electrode, but what's it called? Cold Heart. I'm considering starting a new hero and leveling it up with the Cold Heart. Once I'm done leveling up those to like 50 in the ones I've got right now. So where is the beastie boy? Come on, beastie boy. Show yourself, don't be coy. It's not showing up. Maybe that's a map without a Phase Beast, we'll see. I mean, today when recording footage for my build video, I just wanted to get a single beast, Phase Beast boss kill. And it took me 3 runs until I actually got into a map with the Phase Beast. Which was kind of... yeah, that was the first thing I recorded for my build video, which was weird. And yeah, having to go through 3 maps just to find that Phase Beast to get a little bit of footage of killing something around my level. Yeah, that was an empty map. I mean, maybe if I stuck around more, walked up and down, maybe it would have showed up. But it's probably faster to just re-walk and just go back in. I can talk over changes for the patch on stream or Discord maybe later on. I can just mention some of the things bit by bit. I mean, if you want to see patch notes changes, here, let me show you. Let me show you quickly some changes. I'm not gonna go through all changes, just some. Just some. Let's talk about the Dusk Mage changes, because I'm on the Dusk Mage. When I switch to another hero, I can maybe spend 2, 3, 4 minutes for that. So, just a moment, and thanks for this. I think it was a follow. Well, I just saw this one being upside down. Wow, that was weird. That was weird. I'm gonna fix this. I just realized this being upside down. Alright, just quickly let me share the Discord. I'm gonna fix this later. So display capture. Let's do window capture for Discord. Discord, because that's where I'm reading the patch notes from. Let's do it like this. Okay, so patch notes quickly to just to quickly discuss the Dusk Mage. So greatly increase the Netherim Warrior in Spirit Well's attack speed for both melee attack and his charge skill. That's great. See buff. This mage Dark White's bars now stop draining for a few seconds after gaining their respective charge. Another buff, not a nerf. Inverted Holy Boats, tier 1 and 3 milestones. So this one, as I talked earlier, it seems to be nice. I mean, they're nerfing one of the things, but on the other hand, they're making you be able to get that extra damage very early on in the game, making Holy Boat even better, I guess. So that's half nerf, half buff. Added 2-second cooldown to Shadow Step and Smoke Bomb to prevent unintended use of an extra charge. I have no idea what Smoke Bomb is. They probably mean Ghost Visage, maybe. In any case, Shadow Step has had its teleport range increased by 2 meters, another buff. Fix it so that the tooltip of Shadow Step says about gets only an additional charge instead of 4 charges. Okay, that's something good clarifying. Energy spikes now does 10 spikes. See, this is a huge buff. Energy spike is getting this massive buff. So it does 10 spikes instead of 5 while dark charged. So double the spikes with anti-shotgunning in place. And then it does an extra wave of 5 light spikes if white charged, which can also hit. So that's 15 things that can hit. So also increase the chaotic pathing for the missiles, which is okay, I guess, to balance things out. Increase Consecration's base damage, perfect, nice buff. Consecration seems a little bit more attractive even now. Increased Radiant Blast range, perfect. Radiant Blast tier 1 milestone damage amount increased to 200 from 100. Pretty amazing. Damnation tooltips to match the damage decrease. Fixed an issue with Damnation was blah blah blah. Okay, Light Spear healing, and this is something that I'm a big fan of. White Spear, instead of healing 3% per hit, per enemy hit, it heals 20% but only hits once per cast, only the first enemy. But that's good because on bosses where you're just fighting the boss, the 3% was shit. You couldn't do much with 3% healing when there's just one enemy. So now you have permanent 20% heal per casting White Spear as long as it hits at least one enemy. So Luminous Run on this bug that we just talked, Luminous Run tier 1 milestone increased to 25% from 10, another good great buff helping you with healing. Entropy milestone 1 dropped the speed by only 50%. This is another buff because it used to reduce the speed by 75%, now it's by 50%. And the lifespan is only 50% increased, which is okay. Rebalance that here. So this one I just talked about earlier. Then see, this is the thing I was talking about. That's why people were getting crazy crits. This is with this Brilliant Herald Legendary and with Radiant Blast. Instead of getting 500% damage, people were getting 2500% extra damage. And that's why people were saying this mage is broken, it's doing too much damage. Because if someone has that Brilliant Herald, which I don't, I would have shown you how much damage I can do. But yeah. And this also was affecting the tier 3 milestone bonus, which also seemed to have had the same bug. Because see, the milestone bonus, I'm gonna quickly show you what that bonus is. Let's quickly hide the Discord and go into my skills. So this bonus, infused enemies explode on that for 100% weapon damage, and then that thing used to be probably happening twice, I guess, because that's what at least the patch note seems to be telling us. I'm not sure what exactly that would mean. Propagated this fix to the Dark Spears 3 milestone, not the... Alright, I misread this, sorry. So Dark Spears 3 bonus, it's this thing. Dark Spears now immediately hits the area for 100% weapon damage. So this was getting affected somehow by this bug. That's interesting. Okay. Interesting. And how many more are left of the Dusk Mage things to talk about? Just a few. Oh, never mind. That was it. That was it. Next, I'm gonna talk about the other heroes when I switch to them. So enough Discord for now. And let's go back into the game. And sorry for this. If you didn't want to hear this, then sorry. uh, Again, I tried to make it as quick as we can, just a few minutes. So those things I think are worth knowing. When things change in such a drastic way, when the mechanics are kind of modified, it's I think good to be informed, especially in ARPGs when the majority of the people really care about how the meta shifts and things like that are happening. Yeah, Troxus, thank you again for the follow, and I'm gonna quickly do a test, guys. So bear with me. I'm gonna quickly do a follow test. Just because I noticed when he followed me, I noticed the text was backwards. And everything was backwards. So I'm gonna just simulate a quick follow. Dashboard, fuck, where was it? My overlays, Twitch. This one. Because I just noticed the text was backwards and I've not noticed this until now, so not sure what was happening. So I'm gonna quickly emulate. Emulate the follower event. Yeah, it definitely seems to be mirrored. So let's flip it. Transform, flip horizontal. I'm gonna simulate another one. Just bear with me. Sorry, it's for a second. Well, it's still showing backwards. What the? Transform, flip horizontal. Let's see now. Alright, nice. Now it's, see, this is how it should be. This is how it should be. So sorry for this, I haven't noticed that it was showing things wrong and mirrored, and now it's working fine. Alright, enough of this simulation. That should be fine now. I'm going back into the game. Sorry for this delay. I wish I noticed something like this was happening earlier. And that's probably been happening for months. Every time someone followed, it was showing the backwards text. And that was horizontally mirrored, flipped. But yeah, there is a list to see for everyone, and that list is in the official Discord channel. I'm gonna quickly find the face beast and then see if there's a link I can give you. It's discord.gg/play Torchlight. I'm gonna write it down. discord.gg/play Torchlight. So https discord.gg/play Torchlight, and in there you're looking for hashtag beanstalk. That's the channel. The channel is called Beanstalk. Hi, what's the best way to farm face beasts is what is getting asked from a YouTube viewer, Saran Jivac or Saran Jivac. I don't know how to pronounce it, so pardon me if I mispronounced it. So basically you're teleporting to Bugswat Burrow. But keep in mind they're gonna be removing the XP on Tuesday. So if you wanna be farming face beasts, you've got a couple of days left before the nerf, the buff, or whatever you wanna call it. So they're gonna be removing the XP from bosses killed in face beast portals. so that people don't do this mindless, boring, stupid way of leveling up. I'm only doing it for farming and just to be testing stuff. I'm not doing this for level ups. I'm gonna level up when they add content that allows me to level up reasonably, such as the upcoming Act 3 and then eventually the Fazir Shah's dungeon, which is an endgame mode that's coming in probably a month or two, depending. Oh, I think I got disconnected. Either that or I just can't get... Yeah, I think I got disconnected. I'm actually happy that they're removing this XP. So yeah, the game disconnected me right after killing the boss fight. I'm happy that they're gonna be removing this XP, but if you want to be getting XP from phase beasts, enjoy it while it lasts. I personally, if you don't think you can get past level 50 something before Tuesday, then don't bother. Because on Tuesday, with the addition of Act 3, you're gonna be able to reach level 50, maybe 51, 52 just by killing monsters easily within a few hours with that act. The only people who would get a benefit of farming those phase beasts before that patch would be people who are close to 50 and think they can get above it after it, so that they can use that system and abuse it and exploit it until they remove the XP from those. Right now I'm not doing those for XP. If I was doing that for XP, I would have been just constantly doing this without stopping or anything like that. I'm just testing stuff. I'm switching heroes and experimenting, testing, switching different items and damage setups all the time, and mostly trying to get some items so that I can test some builds. But yeah, can't wait for Tuesday. Pretty stoked about some of the changes and the bug fixes and the exploit fixes. All of that is definitely nice. Yeah, Beanstalk is the channel. If you found it, you would be able to see the patch notes there. Any news about the DLC for new content for Chaosbane? The last thing we heard is when they launched the Tower of Chaos on May. In May, not on May, pardon my preposition. So, in May, they said when they launched the Tower of Chaos update, they said later this year they've got a surprise for us. So, when that means, I'm assuming probably they're gonna take some pause during the summer and have a summer break, and then after the summer they're probably gonna return with some new stuff. 69,000, that was a nice amount of thousand. Getting that 69k on damage. Oh, and another good thing I wanted to share with you from the patch notes. Quickly, I want to mention something that's something I really liked. I'm gonna try and find it. Was there a search option? Control F. Affixes. Shit, it's not highlighting. Oh, never mind. So I wanna find this affix thing. Just quickly trying to find you the thing I want to talk about. So they're gonna be increasing the number of affixes that modify skills, like skill cooldown, skill damage, and things like that. They're also gonna be changing the elemental defenses and primary defenses as well. Just trying to find this this thing in the patch notes. Wow, there's so many patch notes. Alright, that's not it. I'm trying to find it, but it's difficult to find the thing I'm talking about with so many things in the patch notes. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's try and jump to this. So, the thing I'm talking about, let me quickly check if you're seeing. You're seeing it. The thing I'm talking about is added many more skill enhancing. Added this one. Added many more skill enhancing affixes. Bonus damage, reduced cooldown, reduced mana cost, etc. So things that probably recently changed to cooldown skills, such as energy spike, probably would have now affixes to deal with reduced cooldown, and maybe entropy might have reduced cooldown. If it's actually, I don't think it will, because it gets a cooldown only with a certain item, but bonus damage and things like that and reduced mana cost for skills is great. So every class would have a lot of skill enhancing affixes to deal with, which is pretty great in my opinion. That's something I've been wondering whether it's gonna be a thing, and thankfully, and that's the other thing that I talked in my build video today. All armor pieces no longer have elemental defense as a primary affix. Elemental defense that does roll on items as a secondary affix now have a far greater values than they had before. So okay, enough of this. Back into the game. Just remembered about this and I wanted to quickly mention it. Okay, I think we're good to go now. Let's go kill another boss. And then I'm switching. After this boss fight, I'm gonna switch to Realm Master. Maybe let's do 3 more. Let's say not 1 more, but let's do 3 more boss kills here, and then we can switch. The activation mechanic of the electrode is switching to, instead of be doing this one, where it's just random whitening bolts every now and then, it's gonna be hitting with whitening bolts around us. I'm assuming some sort of circular AoE, every enemy, every now and then. Much better, instead of relying on randomness, to have something that you can rely on and know that it's always gonna work as long as the conditions are met. Basically, on those patch notes, you're gonna see every relic had some sort of thing that changed in regards to it. For example, Bane is no longer be doing that spider. I'm gonna try and proc that green spider, that venomous mole. This one, it's not gonna be doing this one that much. It's gonna be just summoning a big spider. It's gonna be summoning a big spider that attacks enemies, from what I've heard. What I've read, and there's not gonna be those little spiderlings behind it. So the Bane would be even more of a summoner weapon now than it was before. And they're reducing the cooldown of Spinning Blade. Over here, if you're using the Blood Drinker, this one, instead of going up to minus 50% cooldown, it's gonna be going up to minus 30% cooldown. This one is a bug, it says minus 5, but it should be minus 50%. So on that Blood Drinker relic, you're losing some cooldown. It's kind of a nerf, but I guess it's understandable because the skill is getting much stronger. The skill is gonna be doing spinning blades around you. So in total, you're gonna be doing 4 spinning blades, and that would allow you to stack the bleed up to 4 times. So there's gonna be different types of bleed like that you can stack up to 4 times, and probably the regular bleed would still be only 1 time. And bleed up to now has always been only 1 stack. You could never get more than 1 stack bleed. So that would mean going for a poison plus bleeding setup would allow you to stack 3 times poison and 4 times bleeding with the right relics and items. This didn't have a phase beast, so I can't wait to experiment with bleeding relic again to see how they change that activation and relic active skill and all of that. But yeah, on activation, not relic active skill, but on activation of the bleeding relic, you're gonna be seeing some blades, spinning blades that bleed enemies around you. Okay, while I'm here, might as well just do some selling. Oh, 666 damage on a weapon. See, this is for the memes collection. This weapon needs to be saved. We gotta keep it in our storage. It's just a keeper of a weapon. And the other day I had a lead weapon, 1337 but I think it wasn't a weapon, I think it was an armor. 1337 defense. I remember having that, I can't remember where or when. I remember seeing this somewhere. Damn, every SWAT is taken. Boom. Okay, let's keep moving now. And Yazaru, I'm not sure what you want me to link. You're the one that told me about the patch notes yesterday, actually, and thank you for that. And I was just talking about stuff for the patch notes. But Saryan, if you're still there, the best way to farm items would be to farm to just pick some place and farm enemies for gold. So basically you're just farming green and blue and white and legendary items, and then you're probably selling those for gold, and then you're gambling. But if you wanna do something, just teleport like I did, teleport here to Bugswat Burrow. After you teleport to Bugswat Burrow, you go to Sunken Ruins, and that gives you a boss fight plus a boss chest. So you do this boss fight and you get the boss chest, and then you can do a phase beast if you want, for another boss fight and boss chest. And you're not doing that for the XP, you're doing that just for items for your legendarium, and just for wood you can get to sell. If you want to just farm enemies for items, not bosses and boss chest, then just go to Acrid Plains. Acrid Plains has the best density of enemies. There's gonna be so many elites and other champions all over the place. So you just get gear, sell it with the pet, and then just rinse repeat, get gear, sell with the pet, get gear, sell with the pet. The place where I'm farming is not bad, but those enemies that go underground are kind of slow to kill. Unless you're one-shotting them or two-shotting them before they go underground. As you can see, it takes longer to kill those. So I would avoid farming this place here. And Ritkitu, solution for stuttering wax, I'm getting those as well, as you can see sometimes. We'll see on Tuesday. Apparently they fixed a lot of things. In regards to that. The problem is some people might have a bigger whack than others, and maybe I may not get wax, but someone else might get wax. Until they fix the servers, and they're constantly fixing them, and they're constantly getting better. They're now even opening Australian servers for people from Australia and New Zealand and the oceanic region. Chest guns from Gambler, no. Until Tuesday you're not gonna be able to get chest guns from the Gambler. And WowRLC and Cyrao, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. Nice having you folks here. So yeah, if you wanna farm items for chest guns, your best bet is save 20,000 gold. If you have over 20,000 gold, then spend a few thousand to gamble for something else. I'm doing the exact same thing. I want specific cannons on my forged. And right now I'm trying to get close to 20,000. I'm at 17,500. Once I reach 19,500, 600, I'm gonna spend a few thousand bucks on the gambler for maybe my disc mage or something else, and then eventually I will go and farm some more. But my goal is on Tuesday, when the patch is here, to have 20,000 and I can spend those gambling for cannons once the gambler on cannon option is added. This is my suggestion for people who want good cannons. So just wait, save some money, wait, and if you die, don't spend the money on resing here if you end up having as much as I did. Because right now if I spent 10% of my gold, that would have been 1,700. They're also, I think they're gonna be increasing the gold limit. There's been talks about that. I don't know whether it's gonna be with the patch on Tuesday. I didn't notice anything about that in the patch notes, but there's some lines I missed, mostly around environment and stuff like that I didn't read. Let's say I read 75, 80, maybe 85% of the patch notes last night. So let's do a couple more boss kills with this hero and then switch to Realm Master and maybe talk a little bit about the changes for Realm Master. But with Dusk Mage we're seeing a lot of exploits getting fixed. A lot of exploits we didn't even know were exploits. We didn't even know why people were doing such high damage on Dusk Mages with certain skills when they had certain items. And apparently, apparently it was just exploits of bugs. So someone doing shitloads of damage with Radiant Blast while using this item, where was it? This item, Brilliant Herald, is exploiting right now. So if you're using the Brilliant Herald and using Radiant Blast, you're exploiting a bug that allows you to do, instead of 500, 2,500 damage. But it's alpha, so everyone can exploit and not get punished. Because someone might even not know that it's an exploit. Unless you've read the patch notes, you're not gonna know this is a bug, you're not gonna know this is not intended behavior. I mean, I didn't know until yesterday. So bugs are something completely normal in an early access game. And Sarah says, was watching you yesterday but forgot to. Well, thank you for the follow again. Nice having all of you here. Cyril, Bangarang, Ritkitu, good to see you chatting. And Ritkitu said he lives in EU. Is there EU servers or just USA? There is EU servers, Asian servers, USA servers, and now there's also gonna be Australia servers. So you can press Ctrl and D and paste the results into a notepad. So hold Ctrl and press D. D for domino, for delta. D for delta while holding Ctrl, and then you go open a notepad and paste. And this would tell you the IP address of the server and the region of the server that you're connected and the port that you're establishing connection with the server on. I think it's using port 8888, if I'm not mistaken, 4 8s, or maybe it's 5 8s. I think it was 4 8s. and I'm playing on EU West. It's detecting automatically where you're from and connecting you to the nearest server with the lowest ping. Back in the alpha, long ago, there was a time where there would be only one American server, and it was, I think, on the East Coast, or maybe it was West Coast. Yeah, I think it was West Coast. Now they do have both East and West Coast American servers. And back then, even people from the opposite coast were having like the same ping I was having in EU. I was having 150%, not percent, but 150 milliseconds ping to the North America West server back then. And people who were living on the opposite coast were also reporting similar pings like mine. But that was solved long ago when they added different servers. Alright, one more kill on this hero, then it's Realm Master, then it's hammer time. I also have to put those celestial legs in the storage, because you never know, I might glitch under the floor again and die. I'd rather not lose those. Fort. And Bangarang, Yazaru knows about the list. Yazaru was the person yesterday who told me about this list. I'm pretty sure he knows about it. And yeah, it is the patch notes I was reading from here, from Discord. This is it, Discord. You can see that's my Discord overlay. Beanstalk, you can see where I'm reading from. So that's where I was reading the patch notes from. You should see it on your screen. It's big list. I mean, see, from here it takes a while to reach the bottom of that list. And there's a lot of stuff with Act 3. There's a lot of stuff that's not patch notes from day one early access, but it's stuff that's from before early access even began, where they have been fixing things Act 3 related from the beta. So there's patch notes that are relating to Act 3, bugs that have been found during the closed beta phase. So it's a lot of stuff to find in those patch notes. So let's go back into the game. And Saran, thank you Saran for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Up on Twitch as well. Is there anything I can lose? A scroll of unbinding. Let's just not lose it this time. So I mainly came here to get rid of those legs and to put those somewhere safe. Well, I'm running out of space, so I'm gonna start using those things here. Alright, last boss kill on this hero, then it's hammer time. Yazaru, you're telling it wasn't you? That's strange. That is pretty strange. I remember someone told me that if it's not you, then it must be someone else. I'm reading my old chat messages from yesterday just to see. Could have been someone else though, it's definitely possible. Oh no, Yazaru talked to me about the state of the week thing. Yeah, I linked the state of the week, and Yazaru said it's the state of the week thing, right? Yeah, that. And then after that, I talked to someone else about it, and they told me about the patch notes in the Streambeam channel. I can't remember who, but someone mentioned it. So yeah, apologies for the confusion. I remember talking about patch notes with him, so I must have mistaken the thing. Okay, thankfully my my bot is keeping history of all the chat for all my streams. So I can scroll back up. Although it's not keeping history of when we were talking about this Discord stream beam thing, which is the weirdest thing. The last message this bot recorded was exactly when we were talking about the patch notes on Steam. So not sure why exactly at that convenient moment it stopped. It stopped, but it helped me find that conversation quicker. But yeah, if you go to the official Discord, which is discord.gg/play Torchlight, and you look for the channel called Beanstalk. Under the Beanstalk, there you're gonna see those patch notes. I can write the link again. I forgot to make a comment for the official Discord, or maybe I do have a comment, but I forgot what the comment was. I made a comment for Note, by the way. If you want to send feedback, report bugs, then you can use this thing. And I think on Note there's links to the Discord, so you might as well go there. GG Kenzie. Is that Kenzie or Kanzi? Or Kans? Sorry for the mispronunciation. Says, I also wonder if there is any class that can be a full face tank class and doesn't give a fuck. I can tell you Realm Master can be with the right items. So on a Realm Master you want Shield Car, but you don't even need Shield Car. But let's say you get Shield Car and then you get the Skittering Shoulders. The Skittering Shoulders, if you don't have 3-piece set, gives you 15 seconds of 50% damage reduction. If you have a 3-piece Skittering set, you get that for 30 seconds. And then with the Shield Car, when you activate the Shield Car active skill, you get another 50% damage reduction. But you can also get 50% damage reduction by using your Hammer Spin for 6 seconds. And with the right items you get 3 charges of Hammer Spin, which means that's 18 seconds. So you still have to kind of use Hammer Spin as soon as one charge ends, and you lose that buff. But yeah, probably it's easier to be face tanking on a Shield Car Realm Master with the shoulders. With the Skittering Shoulders. That might be the better option. You can do full crit build on any class here. You can do full glass cannon on any class, but you need specific items to get the most out of it. Disc Mage and Sharpshooter probably would be the best glass cannons, because they can squeeze a lot of damage with the least amount of investment. But they can definitely be glass cannons. With Forged, there are some things that I want to see how they work once I get those items. So until I get those specific items, I'm not gonna be able to confirm how strong the Forged is. The Realm Master is so-so. He's like not super high hits per hit, but he gets a lot of hits per second that he can do with certain combos, and he can still do a lot of damage per second. Maybe not a lot of damage per hit, but a lot of damage per second for sure with the Realm Master on a Slammer build, on a no train build. With the train they're gonna be reworking some of the skills on a skill by skill basis, so let's just wait and see what they do with those. I'm gonna quickly hydrate, so I'm gonna mute myself. By the way, GGK, what did you mean by third almost quos? What do you mean by third almost quos? Do you mean that your third hero that you're leveling is almost finished with the story? Oh, when I was saying the nickname, alright. Alright, about the nickname. I think it was Gigi Kanzi. My third one. I guess this was the almost quos. Or Gigi Kanze. But yeah, I'm gonna call you GGK. I'm gonna call you GGK. Hope that's not too bad. It's easier to pronounce, and yeah. Gigi Kanze, okay, and so Gigi Kanze. Interesting pronunciation. Just Kanze. Alright, Kanze. 21% damage with entropy. That's a pretty decent one-handed, non-socketed roll. And Saren Jivak said earlier about the chess gun. I already replied about that, about the chess gun, that he needs to wait for the patch on Tuesday, and it's better off to save money. So if you're playing Forged and if you want to roll for cannons, save 20,000. 20,000 is the current gold cap. So stay close to 20,000. Don't get 20,000 and not spend it. I mean, as soon as you're kind of a few hundred away from 20,000, spend 3,000 or so gambling for something else. But try to keep yourself around 17, 18, 19,000, and to make sure you've got enough gold for gambling for cannons for the patch on Tuesday. Alright, I'm switching to Realmaster. Once I switch to Realmaster, we're gonna go through the patch notes for the quest quickly before moving on to some action. So let's do this now. Let's quickly check. Yeah, there we go. So Realmaster here. So there's not that much for the Realmaster to talk about skills and stuff like that, but there's a lot of other stuff to talk about him, that's like melee stuff and so on. For example, this one, increased damage reduction for melee combatants to 50% from 30%. So when you do a melee attack, I think it doesn't even have to be basic attack, or maybe it needs to be basic attack. But I think, yeah, see this one, fixed an issue where damage reduction for melee combatants did not count basic attacks and did not work for disc mage or sharpshooter characters. So this one means regardless what type of melee attack you use, whether it's basic or not, you're gonna be getting 50% damage reduction, not 30%. And that would be affecting some Realmaster builds. Then you can see fixed an issue where Realmaster train cars could steal player clicks. Fixed an issue where the Realmaster's turret train car would pop back to the back of the truck. I've actually seen this happening when recording footage. I probably got some recordings of this. Then the Realmaster's train and trucks are now 75% of their former size, so that's a little bit better for everyone. Then fix the hammer spin skill not having charge cooldown displayed on the ability tooltip and skill bar. And this reminds me of another thing. Every charge skill would allow you to see how many seconds or how close it is to getting a new charge, which is something we were missing. Then a slight nerf, but it's not a nerf, it's just a balance because it was needed. Adjusted hammer spin bonus down from 50% to 25%, and it definitely was making the Realmaster overpowered because the other classes didn't have such strong movement speed bonus. This one was a leftover from before they made them charge skills, and when hammer spin actually had a cooldown, and you really needed that 50% then. But now you have charges, and you have the ability to kind of get those to like 3 charges. So pretty much in pretty much makes sense. Revise the description of the track laying related skills, blah blah blah. Nerfed Pounce endurance bonus effect to 30% from 50%, and duration to 6 seconds from 10 seconds. Let's see what this one was. I've got the hero now loaded, so Pound. The Pounce endurance bonus. Basically you're gonna be getting 30% attack speed for 6 seconds instead of 50% attack speed for 10 seconds. Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. That's only gonna affect basic attack builds, and I guess it's okay. So that's it for the Realm Master. And oh yeah, one more thing. As I just talked about it, I wanted to show you where it's where you can see it. So here is the thing. Added UI to indicate skill charge, recharge rate, Ghost Visage, Shadow Step, Hammer Spin, and so on. And skills would no longer be usable in town except potions and portals. So okay, enough of this. Let's go kill some stuff. So you can see that's a huge amount of changes, a huge amount of patch notes. Hope most of you are happy about the upcoming things. Any wife bound? Oh, I gotta be careful not to lose this. Let's go to the fort quickly. You want a necromancer? Well, we don't have a necromancer in its real state, but I'm gonna show you how you can be a necromancer in this game. You can get 10 skeletons to summon. And then you can summon other things on other heroes. So every hero has different shoulders that allow them to summon different things. So let's say I don't have flying picks, but with flying picks, tier 3 bonus, you can summon 2 spirits. And you can, with enough spamminess of this skill, you can get 4 or even 6 spirits with the tier 3 bonus in charge. So with those 4 spirits, together with something I'm gonna show you now, just a moment. Where did I put it? Bone Walker. I'm looking for Bone Walker. And Bone Razor. Boom! We've got 10 skeletons. Yeah, spiders from Bane as well, but I can't show the spiders from Bane. And Bane, this Bane skill would actually be summoning a spider. This Bane skill would actually be summoning a spider. So you've got those 10 skeletons, and then you have flying picks. And then every hero has different things that you can summon. For example, with this hero, you can summon some ancestral spirits with one of the items. I gotta see which one it was. See, the Powdrons, the Cosmic Powdrons spawn an enchanted rail hammer. You can get 2 enchanted rail hammers. Then with the Phantom Buffer, when you use Ghost Train, you can summon an ancestral spirit if you want. And the funny thing about this Bone Walker, Bone Razor is you can actually have one of them, and I think the only one that you can have would be this one. This one can stay in your Legendarium and still work. So let's show you that it still works. I just need some cooldown to be done, those 40 seconds of cooldown. In the meantime, I'm gonna show you some other things that allow you to summon stuff. For example, the Bane Relic gives you 12 spiders. By default it's 2 spiders, but if you get 10 points here, that gives you another 10. When you kill a poisoned enemy, you can summon a spider. And if you've killed 12 enemies, you summon 12 spiders. And there's a way to increase the chance. But back to the patch notes while we're waiting for this cooldown, to show you the relic stuff that I was talking about. So relic stuff. Let's go to Bane. Bane. The relic Bane activation, to be more impressive, which I've seen already, it summons a lot of spiders that go in every direction, hitting enemies, but don't stay. But then the relic active skill of the Bane is now a spider ally that can poison enemies on hit. So it's an ally that stays, like a big spider that stays and follows you around, is the way I read this. Made Bane active skill minion damage scale per point in the active skill damage factor, now that it's a summon and not a casted spell. Adjusted wording for it. So that's gonna allow you to have this big spider that you're seeing to actually be walking around you and hitting enemies. Things like that. So let's do this. Now I showed you, I'm not wearing the Bone Walker, but I've got the Bone Walker in the Legendarium. And I can activate it and still get the 10 skeletons. Did I get all 10 skeletons or am I missing some? I think I got them all. Yeah, I think I got them all. But if you switch it to be wearing the Bone Walker and not wearing the Bone Razor, I don't think it's gonna work. So keep that in mind. So it's not a real Necromancer, but there's ways to get different types of summons for your hero. So there is a summoner build, and every hero has some sort of a summoner skill. The mage has Spirit Well. The sharpshooter has Loyal Shasta, the Goblin Legion, which is getting a fix because it was bugged and summoning more goblins than needed. You could get 8 goblins instead of 5 or 4, which would be the real limit. And then you have Curse of, not Curse of Rizzi, but Rizzi's Fate. Rizzi's Fate can summon a Netherim spellcaster. Then the Forged class. The Forge class has some sort of automatons. As on the shoulders. On the Mountain King shoulders. And by the way, they're adding for the Forged another set. Another new set for the Forged. The final set for the Forged is getting added with the patch on Tuesday. So I'm hoping that all this information is useful, helpful, and it's saving you some time reading through the patch notes, which is a huge list. Whenever I think of something, I'm gonna be mentioning it, but I mean, it's a huge list, so at the top of my head I can't remember every single thing just after reading it once. My memory's been rusty. But yeah, Sharpshooter with pets, because Sharpshooter has a taunting pet, is great. I think what the mage needs is the Dusk Mage needs the Spirit Well Netherim Brute to be taunting. I think once you upgrade Spirit Well to tier 3, it should make that Netherim Brute that spawns to be actually someone who can taunt enemies and keep them occupied. That would be a great change. But yeah, on Forged you can get the best damage. You can get the best not Venomous Maw, but any type of relic active skill damage, because the Forged is the class that has 40% from passives. So with any class you can get 252% weapon damage on Venomous Maw. With the Forge you get that to like 300. So 300 weapon damage on impact and another 300 per second, but yeah, that's getting a change. But have no fear, on the Forged you can be using things like the other skills. The Electrode is getting very strong now with the new way it's gonna work, and the Spinning Blade and the Blood Drinker is also getting very strong with the new way it works. You're just gonna have to level up a new relic. If you don't want to be playing a summoner, but the Bane is going to be the more summon-centric relic, which it has always been the summon-centric relic, but this one was also a great source of damage. So now at least it's gonna be even more one weight kind of streamlined into knowing that you want that synergy because it's the summoner-based relic. The class with highest DPS, probably Dusk Mage because of exploits. Right now, if you want Dusk Mage, you're gonna be doing an exploit with... if you want the most DPS, you're gonna be exploiting this weapon. The Herald, the whatever Herald it was called, I forgot the name. Radiant Herald, Brilliant Herald, that's the name. The Brilliant Herald right now is giving you 2500 instead of 500 weapon damage. So if you want the highest possible damage in the game and you don't mind exploiting bugs, you can be using the Brilliant Herald and you can get thousands at close to level 60. You're gonna be doing millions of damage with this, with the right setup. So that's gonna be millions of damage of crit. Of course, that's gonna be 5 times less. So if someone is doing 10 million, they're gonna be doing 2 million and a half. Actually 2 million, not 2 million and a half, 2 million. If someone's doing 500,000, they're gonna be doing 100,000 after the nerf. But it's still super strong. I mean, that's a fucking strong item. Even with the nerf, it's still gonna be doing a lot of damage. Sebastian O says, hey guys, got some tips where to farm when you finished Act 2. On Tuesday Act 3 is coming, so keep that in mind. For now, the best thing you can do after finishing Act 2 is spend some time in Twilight Depths, get level 34-35, doing Twilight Depths and maybe Sadista. And after that, if you don't want to be farming levels, but you want to be farming items, Acrid Plains has a good density. The other thing you can do is this thing I'm gonna do now. You go to Bugswat Burrow, and then you have two choices. One choice, get the Face Beast dungeon. Go inside the Face Beast dungeon and kill the boss. The other thing you might want to do is do two things. So let me quickly pour myself some water. And then I'm gonna wait for the vote. So the other thing you want to do is, if you want an extra boss fight and an extra boss chest, you teleport here and then you immediately go to Sunken Ruins. And then once you're at Sunken Ruins, you kill this boss fight. Here, a Fragmaster. You kill him and he can drop some gear sometimes, and sometimes there's elites with him that you can end up killing without having to look for them. They're gonna come to you sometimes. And then you open the boss chest and a pet cage, so it's pretty quick because it's right next to your waypoint, just a single loading screen away. Then you go back and then you go and do the Face Beast thing. But I'd suggest get level 35 in the Twilight Depths by doing Twilight Depths and Sadista runs, or just Twilight Depths if you don't feel like risking fighting Sadista, if you think you're not strong enough to handle her. And then once you get here, you just you're looking for Face Beast, so you can just run around. You don't have to open chests like I am. If you want to, though, you can just open chests as well. And you're looking for those purple kitties, for the purple beast, this one. You kill it and then you enter this portal, and this puts you in a map that's one level higher than you. Puttyman Cyclone build is gonna be super strong with the damage reduction shoulders, the skittering shoulders. The only problem would be right now there isn't enough heat cost reduction for Cyclone mode, and I can tell you the best way to synergize a Cyclone build. I'm gonna show you the best thing you want. You want a Vortex Bomb Cyclone build. That's what you want. You wanna be building up to 75 or more heat and then using Unstable War Arm. Unstable War Arm would give you so much damage. So you're building heat with Spin to Win, then you're doing Vortex Bomb, then rinse repeat. So you're gonna be using Unstable War Arm and you're gonna be using the Mountain King Hatch, maybe, to make sure that when you're using your Relic Active skill, you're proccing Sonic Pulse. And I would suggest to get something like Spinning Blade but Drinker kind of combo, because it has very fast animation and you can just stop spinning for just a second, cast this Spin to Win Spinning Blade and just keep spinning. And once you cast it, it does Sonic Pulse, so you don't even have to have Sonic Pulse on your skill tree. And then this one is not bad. If you don't have 100% cooldown reduction for your Relic Active skill, you can use Arc Power Threads. The Mountain King helmet or Curious would be good, but for shoulders I strongly recommend the shoulders for the what's its name, Skittering set. And the Tentacle, Mountain King Tentacle would give you 50 heat back. So let's say you're using 100 heat, you're getting 50 back when you vent. Or let's say you're using 75 heat, you're getting 50 back. So this for the Vortex Bomber setup I wanna try, and I will try once I get this cannon, would be a great synergy. The Entropy nerf is actually nerf and a buff. With Entropy they're actually buffing some of the things in a way. Cause the damage is gonna get... it's gonna be better for enemies that are smaller. So on bosses it's probably a nerf. Although I don't think it's gonna be a nerf, because it's still gonna be doing a lot of projectiles and a lot of hits. But sometimes you're gonna cast Entropy, and it's gonna go so far away from the enemy that it's not doing much damage unless you have knockback. So if you don't have knockback on Entropy, you're actually getting a buff, because it's gonna be traveling a little faster, and it's gonna be what was the other thing in the patch notes about Entropy? I forgot that. I'm not on the disk mage to see it right now. Let me quickly read it. Disk mage. Well, there's so many patch notes. It just disk mage. Where did it go? There we go. Disk mage. Entropy. Where the hell did this go? Entropy. I'm gonna have to look for it here, because I can't see it. I'm blind. Apparently. Oh, there we go. Adjust Entropy milestone. Speed is dropped by 50% instead of by 75%, so it's going to be 25% less reduction of the speed. But the lifespan increases by only 50%, so it's going to be shorter, but it's going to be faster. So it's going to be doing the damage faster, I guess. It doesn't mention anything whether the projectiles would be shooting more often though. So that's kind of something I'm wondering how that's gonna be. Yeah, right now the speed is decreased by 75%, but with the changes it's gonna be decreasing the speed only 50%. So it's gonna be traveling faster. So on cases where you want it to stay slower, it's a nerf, but it's fine. I mean, the skill was super strong and always has been super strong, and it's not like that terrible of a nerf. Believe me, the skill is still gonna be strong, and right now it was kind of silly strong. It was silly strong. You could one shot with the right setup enemies with Entropy. once you buff up properly and you have the best items you can get in every SWAT and all of that, and you have the best two-handed weapon you can get with the best items. Wow, finally getting vampirism. Finally. Okay, so this one finally dropped. I guess it was in the game, just difficult to get. I don't need it though, but still. And another Sneku stick, cause yay. It's not too bad. In general, it's gonna be bad for targets that are big, but if it's a small target, it's still gonna be okay. Small targets die quick anyways, so that's also kind of a thing. But again, entropy was already pretty overpowered. Entropy before the tier bonuses were a thing was overpowered and strong. I can't show you now, but before you had tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 bonuses, entropy had its own mechanic, and even then it was strong. So they kind of overdid it with some of the bonuses with entropy. It being one of the two strongest Dusk Mage skills, it made sense that it would need some tweaking throughout the early access. Again, it has always been one of the two strongest skills, and since they nerfed with early access, they nerfed energy spike by adding cooldown to energy spike. That meant the entropy was the strongest skill after removing energy spike being a spamming skill and making it a cooldown skill. Right now Radiant Blast is also super strong, but you need specific items for it. Yeah, entropy tier 3 bonus is terrible. I think they should allow us to disable bonuses we don't want. If I want to use the tier 3 bonus, allow me to use it. If I don't want to use the tier 3 bonus, allow me to disable that bonus but still have my skill at level 10. Because right now I'm seriously considering when playing entropy builds to just go for level 9 instead of level 10. Losing some damage, but at least not getting that annoying bonus. But again, right now I'm not on my Dusk Mage to be able to look at that in front of me and talk accurately. But I can look at it from the calculator, I guess. I'm gonna get rid of this Sneku stick, I don't need it. But yeah, I've never been a fan of this tier 3 bonus. This tier 3 bonus kind of feels like a nerf to the skill. Because I'd much rather not have mana cost increase. I'd rather do less damage and things like that than have mana cost increase. Well, the mana cost increase on the gauntlets, on the celestial gauntlets is nice because you're getting so much damage for it, and you can kind of deal with it if you have enough points in Shadow Step and you use that mana infused. You're getting some good stuff out of it. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of tweaking changes, so some things might be in one state right now, but 2-3 months from now, believe me, a lot of things would have changed drastically. When it comes to balancing, Sean is always paying attention to what's happening. Sean is the person in charge of balancing, so he's got one of the toughest jobs out there when it comes to an ARPG, and that is the balancing, which is super important, I guess, in the end, having everyone be equally strong with the right type of items. And it's a difficult thing to balance. This game keeps getting more and more depth, and that makes the balancing harder and harder. And as they keep adding new things, and as they keep changing new things, it makes them have to change other stuff. Like for example, they reworked the relics, and until we give them some feedback about the new relic changes, probably some things would be overpowered the way they reworked them. Most likely a lot of things would be overpowered with the new reworks. I'm considering that the way they're describing the new blood drinker, it's gonna be overpowered. Especially with that 4-time bleeding stack. I'm thinking this is gonna be super strong until it gets maybe a nerf or a rebalance pass. We'll see. But the blood drinker is also getting an increase not increase but decrease in the cooldown you can get from investing skill points into it, which seems to be okay to make up for the strong activation, to have increased cooldown on the active skill, not the activation. Again, until I'm level 60 with every hero, and I've got all the items I can think of builds for, and test all those items in the right builds that go along with them, I'm not gonna be able to tell you whether something is completely broken compared to the other classes. Because on paper some things might sound like one thing and other things might sound to be not as good, but until you've tested everything, it's a little bit difficult to be sure exactly what's strongest and not. But we can tell one thing: the Disc Mage right now, in the current state, has so many things that are stronger than others. Again, that's mostly from bugs, but who knows? Entropy definitely isn't strong from a bug. Radiant Blast, yes, strong because of a bug and an exploit, but if you leave that exploit aside and don't use Radiant Blast, or just use Radiant Blast without that exploited item, then you can definitely still be strong. Not as strong, but it's still an OP skill. It's still an amazing skill. And actually Radiant Blast is getting a buff. Radiant Blast is getting twice the damage on the tier 1 bonus. Also Radiant Blast is now gonna be a level 5 skill instead of level 15 skill. So for Disc Mages early on, having Radiant Blast and Dark Spears would mean super easy and fast leveling up. Because just think about that thing. Think about Radiant Blast and maybe attaching some chance to burn on your weapon, or chance to poison, or chance to bleed. And you're hitting multiple enemies at the same time, and then if those enemies are also taking damage from Dark Spears, you're gonna be clearing enemies in seconds with Radiant Blast and Dark Spears as a Woby Disc Mage. Holy Fury being a level 15 makes sense because Entropy is a level 20 and it gives you 10% chance to crit on dark skills. Whereas wait, I can't stack those? Okay. I forgot that 5 is the limit of the stacks. Those are probably gonna get an increase in the stack size to be like 25 or 50. But yeah, Holy Fury giving you 10% crit chance to white skills makes sense to be 15 when Entropy gives you the same bonus but to dark skills and it's level 20 required to learn it. That's a very good focus. I'm thinking of saving this focus because it seems like a strong one. And I'm probably gonna get rid of this. Alright, one more kill on this guy. And there we are going for Forged. Just a little bit of Forged play. And yeah, welcome to everyone. Hello and hi to everyone who has been coming and chatting recently, such as Jim on YouTube who said hi a few minutes ago. I didn't miss your message, Jim. I just wanted to finish saying what I did, so nice to have you again. So yeah, one more boss and then I'm switching to the Forged, and I can probably talk a little bit about what's changing on Tuesday when it comes to the Forged with those patch notes. Come on, Beastie Boy. But yeah, after Tuesday, people are no longer gonna be farming Beastie Boys. They're not gonna be hunting for those phase beasts, because that's not gonna be XP. For items, yeah, they can always probably get some items there. But I'm guessing everyone would be stuck at level 51, 52 unless they got to 60 or 55, 6, 7 before the patch. But again, what's the point of reaching level 60 this early when there's no end game? I guess you can reach level 60 and then do the same boring thing, farming phase beasts for items before they add the end game. Instead of chilling for a month or two and waiting for the end game to be added, and then having fun farming items in the end game mode. So level 50 builds compared to level 60 builds would just have 10 skill points difference. 10 skill points difference, if you have already 50 skill points, that's plenty. Whether you have 50 or 60 skill points, it's not gonna be that huge of a change for your damages and stuff like that. Especially for some builds. Some builds are probably already done at level 40, and the rest is just getting more crit chance and damage and things like that for your skill category. And Sebastian just said a comment. You're doing great job with your guides. Hope to see more about Torchlight 3 in the future. Trying that Realm Master as my second character now. Well, nice to hear that, Sebastian, that you're enjoying those guides. I always do that for the people. I always try to make even my builds, I try to make a little longer, but including some information to be like a semi-guide, rather than just showing you the build and some footage and be done with it. So yeah, good to hear people are enjoying it. Okay, one more boss fight. I didn't see a beast in the previous map, so I need one more boss, and then I'm switching to the shotgun forged. Let's keep moving. And here it is. So yeah, Bane will be missed. Many people would be missing the Bane active skill. Many people were so happy when Bane got such a strong active skill, and now that's changing to a summon. A lot of people would probably be a little bit butthurt, a little bit sad. Some of my builds would require, for example, like this one where I'm using the Bane to be my fewer skill. This one's probably gonna change because I don't want to summon on my build like this, and I'm probably gonna change this for a bleeding or a burning skill. Probably the burning would be nice as a combo for this guy, because I can burn enemies with my binding, not binding, but my lantern flash. So I think that's the obvious choice. To change this instead of Bane to be using the Flaming Destroyer, because I can proc the Burning. I don't need to have Burning on my weapon, because I have Lantern Flash. I always liked stacking different types of effects though. I always liked stacking Poison with Burning and with Bleeding from different sources. This is how I always tried stacking a little bit of extra damage. How I have 0 cooldown on that skill. This is simple. First of all, you need 50% cooldown from this. This can happen on any skill, but on Tuesday they're nerfing the cooldown of the Blood Drinker, of the Bleeding Relic. So the Bleeding Relic would be getting 30% here instead of 50%. Which is still not bad. You can still get another 20% from items. So first you get 50% here. Second, you get 20% from a passive. Every hero has one tier 2 passive with 20% cooldown. That brings you to 70%, so you just need to find another 30%. Now I've got 10% here, 9.9 here and 13.7 here, so that's over 30%. Once you get 30% in items, and in theory you can get 6 items with that, I guess, and you can get 60% cooldown just from items. So you don't even have to have the skill if you have enough in your gear. But yeah, let's say they nerf that bleeding item. That means I'm gonna just need 2 more items to make up for the missing 20%. So it's still gonna be possible to have it on 0 cooldown. But the thing is, if you just spam this, you're losing DPS because you need something to slow enemies. And you need to be using Busting Charge to apply vulnerability. One super great guy, amazing nickname, welcome to the Struck Club, thank you for the follow. Nice having you. So yeah, basically if you're doing a build like mine, first what you want to be doing is use Spike Drive. Spike Drive slows the enemies for 6 seconds, which means this 65% damage versus slowed targets is gonna get applied. Then you also can consider Busting Charge, applying another 30% vulnerability. It's 25, but with the tier 1 bonus it's 30%, so that's 95% more damage in total I can make the enemies take. And then maybe I can start spamming this or whatever other active relic skill I've got there. But again, you're better off rotating your skills and using the relic active skill as a fewer. So even if you have this at 1 or 2 seconds, it's not terrible. Wait, did I wood items? Okay, I did. Let's go to my forged now. Switching to forged and quick 1-3 minutes talking about the forged changes. So let's load it up. Let's load Discord. And let's read. Let's read forged. Forged, it's a small list of things. So fixed an issue where players couldn't run through forged players. Yeah, okay, understandable, normal thing, nothing too important in regards to balancing, but it's nice to have that. Missing notify states to the forged sword basic attack animations for snake locomotion work in progress. Attack bars, broken forged basic attack transitions which failed to animate when wielding a great weapon with thread, bow, snake locomotion. Okay, so basically locomotion related stuff. Revised forged skill power projection to no longer do any sort of heal over time. Instead, it hits you and your allies for 15% healing on skill start. That's actually pretty nice. Because instead of getting, what was it? Let me quickly get rid of this Discord window for a second. The way it works now, as you can see, that's 2% healing per second. 2% healing per second for 10 seconds, which is 20% healing. But instead of getting this 20% over the duration of 10 seconds, or if you have more duration, you can have better duration when you max it out and maybe have 15 seconds or whatever. But in any case, I'd much rather have it the way they reworked it. to get 15% heal immediately when I cast the skill, instead of having to wait over time. So that's pretty cool, having a what is it, 1/3 of a potion or 1/4 of a potion healing. Added some rattle, okay. Fix issues where enemy players could get stuck inside each other. Yeah, I know that, that's pretty annoying. Thankfully it's fixed. A vortex bomb once again pulls in enemies, okay. Fracking strike now triggers vent legendary effects and its tier 1 milestone is unbroken. Meaning I didn't even know this was broken, but this is it. I'm gonna quickly build some heat. So let's build some heat. So I can use fracking strike, and you can see fracking strike. We don't see this. Fracking strike does 2 close small impact hits to enemies directly in front of you for the skill's base weapon damage. So this is getting a stronger buff because it's getting a fix of something that was missing, that was broken. And then what I was talking about earlier about the tentacles. Fracking strike was not triggering this, and I was having problems with that not triggering, and that's the tentacle. Okay, let's do it. Mounting King's Tentacle. Basically, when you use vortex, not vortex bomb, but fracking strike, it costs 50 heat. But with Mounting King Tentacle, you can get 50 heat back if you have a 3-piece bonus. Basically that means it costs 50 heat, but it brings back 50 heat. So you can just be spamming fracking strike as much as you want. So you build the heat to 50 once, and then you just start spamming it as much as you want. Endlessly. Non-stop. This is a very strong build. A very strong setup. Because you're never gonna run out of heat with this. I'm thinking they're probably gonna nerf this. They're probably gonna change this when they see people abusing the hell out of spamming fracking strike. But that's something to consider, because you're gonna be able to get 50 heat back while it only costs 50. So keep that in mind. Most likely they're probably gonna change this item to give you 30 heat back. Or 40 heat back when you have the set bonus, so you're still kind of, but hopefully they don't. I'm hoping they don't change and nerf this and keep it the way it is. It's pretty fun the way it is right now. I love it. So once they fix it so that we can actually trigger the legendary heat gaining skill, it's gonna be amazing. So hopefully that gives you some ideas about some weird things that we can achieve with the fracking strike tentacle combo. You can see with this one it's taking much longer to kill enemies than with the other one, with the other 2 heroes I've played until now. But believe me, in the next few months there's gonna be so much more balancing, rebalancing changes, so that when the game is ready and is launching, we would have been there. They're guinea pigs and testing the game and giving them feedback, which is all early access is about, getting people who are ready to fund your game and help you shape it into a better title, a better experience for the players, the rest of the players. So things will be broken, things will be changing, things will be getting fixed and so on. They're already showing us that they're ready to make big changes when it's needed. Especially with those reworks, the relics are getting like not a major rework, but pretty much a serious rework, and they've already gotten 3 major reworks where the whole relic system changed. So this big rework that every single relic skill is getting, every single relic is getting, is pretty much like a half of a rework of the whole system. They're not changing the whole system, but pretty much reworking the skills that are activation skills, like this one, and the active skills like that one. Walk-away Storm, I'm so happy that this skill, this whitening skill I just did, it's not gonna work like that, randomly hitting some enemies every now and then, moving randomly. Instead it's gonna be an area around us, and everyone in that area is gonna get hit by the whitenings. You're not seeing any phase beast here, so I have to restart the map. And yeah, changes, a lot of them. My biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is the gambling for cannons. This is the thing I've been waiting for a long time. The ability to gamble for cannons being brought back to the game. Wait, is this a pet? Oh yeah, that's a cat pet. Was wondering what was happening there, what this small pet was. And the patch notes are so big they're not gonna fit into the Steam word limit for posts. Last Epoch, a few weeks ago, like month and a bit ago, had the same issue where they had such long patch notes. It wouldn't fit in a single Steam post, so they had to kind of shorten and move some of the patch notes only into the forums. So they would like add a link to the bug fixes and to the skills and passives from the forum thread, because it wouldn't fit into the Steam. And Extra is doing the same thing probably, because there's gonna be just too many things to cover. That was actually pretty bursty compared to the last time I killed this enemy. It was pretty quick. Alright, quickly before I move on. Pet, go sell. Those chests, I always open them. Sometimes I find legendary inside. In fact, back in the alpha, the majority of my legendary items were from those destructible objects like this. Things like those were the major sources of legendaries, not boss fights or chests. I've kind of seen them improving the boss fights and chests. They've changed so much since then. But before, bosses were barely giving anything. Bosses were so boring. I mean, end of map boss fights were mostly 1-2 shot enemies that you can kill easily with maxed gear. And back then, you 1-2 shotting things on ridiculous was only achieved through skills. You didn't have tier bonuses on skills. Every skill had something that increases the skill's damage or decreases the cooldown based on the skill type, and something that gives you some sort of a passive bonus either to another skill or set of skills, or just a passive bonus. Like, for example, Cyclone Mode used to give you 20% movement speed. That's what investing into Cyclone Mode used to give you. So you didn't see such crazy numbers back then as you can see now. Puttyman, welcome back, dude. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Nice having you here. And does anyone need information about what gear work does? I keep seeing people getting misinformed, people thinking that gear work is an extra drop. It's not an extra drop. So if you don't know how gear work works, is for example, let's say a monster has X% chance to drop an item. Let's say a monster has 10% chance to drop an item. If I have 100% gear work, that 10% would be 20% chance to drop an item. Whether it's gonna be legendary or blue or whatever, that's actually separate row. So first it drops, first it rolls whether the monster will be dropping an item, and then if it drops an item, then it rolls for the rarity. So gear work is actually a very strong stat because the more drops you get, the higher the chance of you getting a legendary, because there's more dice rolls for rarity. And speaking of rarity, let's quickly go back to the patch notes. This brings me back to another thing I forgot to talk about. They're changing so that Wookie drops, if you know what the Wookie drop is, that's when it procs the gear work. When it actually works, when the gear work works. So let's quickly look up Wookie. There we go. Just a second. So basically they made it so that when you get Wookie happening, it's not here, it's somewhere here, but when you get Wookie happening, it's gonna be magical only. I think it's here. There we go, I think I found it. Here. So Wookie item drops are always magic or higher quality, so always green, blue or legendary. So now Wookie drops would no longer be white. So that's pretty nice. Pretty nice for this thing. I forgot to talk about this earlier, but this just brings me to it, and while I'm loading my hero might have as well just showed you this part. People were saying, yeah, it doesn't feel great when you get lucky and get a white item. So at least you're getting Wookie and your white item is gonna be green or blue or legendary when it happens. I'm getting close to 20,000, so I'm gonna quickly gamble for something. Thing is, I'm not even sure what to gamble for. What's my block chance? 30%, right? 30% block chance. Let's say I gamble for I'm gonna get this to 17,000 like this. One more. Okay. Crit chance, chance to stun. Let's try. Nah, actually, I'd rather keep the chance to burn, because that gives me 60% chance to burn, and I need that chance to burn. But this focus item I'm gonna keep for other heroes, probably.
Take a chance, spend some coin.
Oh, this is wife bound. Let me quickly get rid of this wife bound item. I don't want to end up losing it because it's a legendary, so that's either 100 gold coins or a legendary powder. And speaking of legendary powder, when they add contracts on Tuesday, you're gonna be getting a ton of those. You're gonna be getting a ton of different types of powders with one of the contracts. So if you're at the phase where you're constantly enchanting, you're gonna be in for a treat by getting those contracts. So, quick check here. Is there room for a shield? rifle. Okay. Starting to fill up all my storage. This goes here, this goes here. Let's go kill another boss now. Let me check the chat. What would you say is your favorite character, Mr. Struck? Well, I mean, I can't tell you what my favorite character is. I can tell you again, I always answer this in this way. I say I have favorite builds for every character rather than a favorite character. And my favorite builds keep changing, but I used to love my Vortex Bomb build with 0 cooldown Vortex Bomb back in the day on Forged. Right now I'm loving the build I'm playing, but I'm missing the items I need for this build. I'm missing this thing, the Mega Blaster, which I want. I already have the Mountain King's Hatch, so there's that. So right now if I get the Mega Blaster, I think this build would be super strong. And by the way, speaking of the Mega Blaster, there is apparently a typo. Something with this description is wrong. So I'm sincerely hoping it's not the number damage that's wrong, but rather maybe it doesn't spell all charges. So let's say this doesn't spend all charges, but spends a charge per hit with shotgun blast. That means instead of with one hit hitting with 3 charges, you're gonna have 900 damage. Let's say you're gonna need to do 3 consecutive hits to get rid of all 3 charges. Hopefully, just hopefully, that is what was wrong with the description of the item. I'm super sincerely hoping this is not the wrong thing in the description, the 300 weapon damage. Because this is the one thing that makes Forged super strong. The other thing that makes the Forged super strong is this unstable war arm for a Vortex Bomber build. For the Realm Master, I've always liked the no train build. It's not like I've been a huge fan of the no train build, more like I've been an anti-fan of the train build, more like. That's how it's been for me, because the train always felt something wonky, glitchy and wrong to be going on out there. It's not like I haven't been doing train builds, I have, it's just that I've never enjoyed them as much as the AoE knockdown slamming builds. On the mage, I've always liked things like Entropy and Dark Spears. But right now I'm enjoying my build from today, the one that's using Absolver a lot. And it's because it's a breath of fresh air, it's something different than what I'm playing, so right now that seems to be my favorite mage setup. But I'm missing the item, the Arc of Light. I'm missing the item to test auto-casting Absolvers with Holy Bolt. And on the Sharpshooter, I always liked scatter shot builds, and they fucked those up. So right now a scatter shot build is terrible, which is pretty sad because my favorite sharpshooter skill got nerfed to oblivion with the 4-second cooldown, and the range of the skill is super low to make it worth it right now to charge it. Because the way scatter shot works is you have to stay in place if you wanna be charging it. I never used to bother with the charging, honestly, unless I saw an opportunity. I used to just use Ghost Visage 3 times scatter shot, then another Ghost Visage 3 times scatter shot, then maybe another Ghost Visage 3 times scatter shot if I had ammo. Speaking of ammo, the sharpshooter is getting some changes, and she's gonna be regenerating ammo a little slower. I'm gonna switch to sharpshooter soon and talk more about that, more about changes for her from the patch notes when I do switch to her. Let's see the next message. What about a summoner build? I've always been fans of summoner builds. I've always been a fan of summoner builds, and I've always been trying to make them. Even before we had Bane summons, I've been making that Riftmancer build with Spirit Well. But back then, only the mage had summons. We didn't have sharpshooters. Sharpshooter was not a thing back then, and Dusk Mage was the only thing that could get summons, because we didn't have those special set bonuses like summon 3 Explodobots, summon Netherlings, and summon things like that. And Spirit Well was shitty because the Netherlings didn't follow you around. They used to have a limited range. So let's say my Spirit Well is here in the middle of this portal. So the Netherlings would probably have a range roughly around this thing here. They wouldn't be able to go much further. So around here would have been their limit. I'm pretty happy that they finally took the suggestion. I've been constantly sending them feedback to change Spirit Well so that the Netherlings follow you around instead of stay where Spirit Well is. What you could do is you could actually get the cooldown of Spirit Well so low so you could stack 2 different instances of Spirit Well. In fact, with enough cooldown reduction, you could probably get 3 instances of Spirit Well for like 20 or 18 Netherlings or whatever the number was. So I've always liked that. And when they added the Spiderlings on Bane with the first Bane rework, I was very happy for that change. Very happy for that change. I'm gonna be pumping, let's say pumping maybe rapid fire. Let's pump this one. I'm gonna pump rapid fire when I get the weapon. When I get the Mega Blaster, I'm gonna spend some points on rapid fire. I need some more water. I got kind of very thirsty after my dinner. So, in just a second, pouring some water. And that was my last water in the can. I'm gonna have to go to the kitchen soon to get some refills. Okay. Again, back to the forged, few more kills and then I can switch to the sharpshooter and talk about it. Sharpshooter feels super fun to play as a summoner setup, by the way, and again, now with the Bane changing so that when you use the relic activation you're gonna have that big spider not be a spell that you're casting that moves and hits enemies, but you're gonna have a big spider attacking and poisoning enemies. So summoner builds are getting even better with the Bane. Oh, when did I get Necro Pupper? Alright, but yeah, summoner builds are getting more and more crazy as this game has been progressing. With the Bone Walker Bone Razor combo, with the Spiderlings from Bane, with the big spider from Bane, with the Necro Pupper on the pet. And with other good things like, for example, some things you can summon with the shoulders and so on. You get a lot of options and customization for that. Let me quickly check my defense. Yeah, definitely this is the better option.
Hiya! Looking for some gear? Anytime.
Let's go do some more killing and farming. You just got the Blight Maw chest gun from Sadista and it's 135% worse DPS than your green one. Yeah, underwhelming. I mean, this Blight Maw, I'm actually kind of disappointed of how bad Poison Dart seems to feel right now. The only way I would see myself using Poison Dart is if they change this 65% pet damage to be 65% or 50 or 30% summon damage. And then use it on a Bane build. where I can poison, or just use it as a passive. I don't find the damage that it does that appealing, but probably for some builds some people would enjoy it, and I played with it. I played with it for a while. I had that white maw and I tested it and I played with it, and it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't something great either, the white maw. So if it has less DPS, you can put it into your legendarium. You can salvage it and get the legendary power and just use it in the legendarium. You don't have to be wearing something if it's shitty. But if you want the power, you can always dismantle it and unlock its power for the legendarium. You have it active there, that's nice. Okay, boom. But there's good stuff knowing that some of the broken things in the forged skills are getting fixed. Some of the synergies that I wanted to try are getting fixed. Especially the thing that I've wanted to try, the non-stop spamming fracking strike. The self-replenishing fracking strike. This is the thing I'm gonna be testing on Tuesday, and believe me, I can't wait to test it. I've got the item needed, so can't wait to try it out. I've got the tentacle somewhere in my wardrobes. If needed, I can even salvage the tentacle and just put it in the legendarium just to test it. Right now, my legendarium, this SWAT where I've got the bone blocker, is kind of just an empty SWAT. I can put anything there, I guess. So just temporary putting something. This SWAT here, and then when we get level 40, that's one more SWAT I'm gonna unlock. So can't wait to test builds with 3 things in the legendarium as well. Right now I've tested so many different skeletons of builds, bases of builds, level 35 bases. So I've got some idea which things work well together and which items I want for which builds. This map seems to be a bust. We need to do another map because there's no beast. My take on wife-bound items changes. I don't like it. I don't like it. It used to be a system that made the game stand out from some of the other ARPGs. And I'd much rather have the old system but with less drop chance of wife-bound items. 10% the drop chance of the wife-bound items as they were now. Because we were seeing too many wife-bound items, especially early in the game. Which made it early WoW players constantly losing half of their items, even more of that. Because they weren't getting non-wife-bound. I like the old system. I'm not a fan of the new one. So as long as we're united and we tell them that we don't like the new change and we prefer the old change, but with decreased drop chance of wife-bound, believe me, they would consider this. They would consider this. I'm not saying they would revert the changes, but it's not out of the question for them to listen to the community if the community says they don't like the new changes. I really love the old system where I can get wife-bound items, save it up until I get a scroll, then get that scroll, and then keep those extra 20% stats. I know why they're making that change, because it makes more sense from balance perspective to only have that 20% more stats if you are willing to take the risk of having a chance to break your item when you die, if you're wearing it. I wouldn't mind a system where the item breaks but it doesn't disappear, and then you need another item to repair it and fix it. So you see, one way I can see the new system working and them keeping it is once your item breaks down, to not completely disappear, just to not be usable until you find some new thing, like a blessed hammer. Let's call it a blessed hammer. Then you use that blessed hammer and then you fix the broken item. See, that would be amazing. That would solve the whole issue with the current new system that they're gonna implement. So people would be making non-wife bound items wife bound. Then they die, then the item breaks, but it doesn't disappear. Then you go and farm hammers or do contracts and get hammers as rewards. Then bam, use the hammer, one hammer per item, and then you fix it and boom, new consumable, new thing to hunt. People would be happy, case solved. See, this would be something I wouldn't mind seeing as a change. It's better than the old system, it's better than the new system. And everyone would be happy. It's not gonna be overpowered like the old system, but it's not gonna be kind of boring like the new system. I might as well write this on Note. And to those of you who don't know what Note is, N-O-L-T, this is the feedback center, where you can write bugs and also write feedback suggestions for all sorts of ideas you've got in the game. You want to see some sort of weird new endgame mode, and you have a good idea that you think is worth considering, well, write it there. The developers would at least read it and consider it, and if it's good, if people upvote it and like it, who knows, maybe it's actually gonna be a thing in the game. Okay. This one took longer than it should have. I kind of messed up my rotations there. But yeah, I'm gonna be super happy if they do that new system with the hammers. I just thought of that. I never thought about it really until now. And now I was just talking about this made me think of, wait, what can we do with that new system to maybe make it a little bit less annoying and less boring? And have some sort of an extension to the current new system that's coming on Tuesday, and that seems like a pretty solid thing to add into that whole wife-bound system. And that's one more currency to add into the contract rewards and put it there in between the levels. One more thing to be farming and getting as drops from chests and bosses. So it's definitely not too bad. It's gonna do a little bit more dilution of the drop pool. The drop pool is gonna get a little bit more diluted, but it's just one item, one more consumable. So whatever they wanna call it, blessed hammer, magic hammer, or whatever it could be. It doesn't have to be a hammer, it could be something else. You can even take it one up, and instead of to have a durability system where, for example, an item doesn't completely break after one time you die, but after 2 or 3 times. So for example, you have 30 durability, when you die you lose 10, or when you die you lose 15. That's also something that's gonna be, so maybe based on what difficulty you're playing, you're losing different amount of durability. So let's say you're playing on ridiculous, you lose 30 durability, but let's say someone is playing on hard, they're only gonna be losing 10. When they're playing on painful, maybe they're gonna be losing 20. When they're playing on easy or whatever that on normal they're only gonna be losing 5, and when they're playing on casual they're not gonna be losing durability, or maybe just losing 1 or whatever else. That's just example numbers. Numbers can be changed. This can be pretty nice. This can also give players some more incentives to consider playing on different difficulties if they think ridiculous is too hard for them. If they want to care bear and play on the easier difficulties, they can do so, but if they want to play a little bit more risky, risking losing more durability of the wife-bound item, then they can go and play on ridiculous or painful. See, I can brainstorm for hours and think of so many different ideas for so many things in a game. Give me any game, let me play it for a few hours or for a few days, get acquainted with the systems, and I can think of weird stuff. I've always been like that in my streams sometimes. When I get into that creative weird shit, weird ideas mode. But durability system won't be a bad thing, regardless whether it's losing all of it when we die or a certain number when it's a wife-bound item. Am I seeing another map without a beast? The game really doesn't love it when I play Forged. This happens mostly when I'm playing Forged, and I'm thinking the reason is because I kill Frag Master before going for the Phase Beasts. And probably the Phase Beast is spawning when I'm killing Frag Master or something like that. Or maybe the Phase Beast is spawning when I load into the map, and by the time I've loaded out of the map to kill Frag Master and back into the map, the Phase Beast probably has disappeared. That's the only reasonable explanation why on Forged I'm seeing so little Phase Beast compared to the others. And any reason why I don't work as a game designer? Well, no reason. I just don't have the education to do that, and I'm not good at working in companies. I mean, I quit my job mostly because it just wasn't good for me to work in a corporate environment. I can't handle it. It's just too bad for me to work in a corporate environment. I wouldn't mind working for a gaming company, and I wouldn't mind helping my brother when he finishes his first game to help him work on his next game, because right now he's working on a super casual game, a mobile game that he's going to be releasing for PC, for Windows and for other platforms, for Android, for iOS, but it's a super casual game. It's like a game that doesn't exist. It's like a new genre in a way. It's something that he made the rules of the game himself, and it's super simple 2D game. It's not RPG, although I guess it does have some sorts of elements. It won't have cash shop items or anything like that. I can't review much about it, but I can just tell you that it's a game that he's working on it. He's been working for the last 2 or 3 years, or maybe even 4 years now. I think it's 3 years that he spent already working on it. And once he starts working on his next game, I wouldn't mind helping him if we start making an RPG, to help him with some ideas. He's always got weird ideas about some fantasy worlds and stuff that can be probably worth thousands and thousands of pages in a book. But he's not a big fan of writing. I told him to get a text to speech, a speech to text. I told him to get a speech to text and to write his book with this thing. But yeah, if he decides to make a fantasy RPG or whatever type of game, I wouldn't mind helping him. But game designer in my country, I don't like the whole idea of working as a game designer in my country. Remotely wouldn't mind it, honestly, to help someone with designing games. I wouldn't mind being a freelancer to get to get people to get me to assist them with giving feedback on how to improve something or something like that. But yeah, when my brother's game is ready, I've told him I would play it on my channel, get him some exposure of that game, cause it's nice. It's nice the way it's done. It's gonna be very good. Oh, chance to burn cannon, finally, chance to burn cannon. It's gonna be nice because you're gonna be able to do PvP. In fact, the whole game is like. It's like two sides. One person and another person are competing against each other, and you can play against bots, against AI. In fact, he's been working so hard for the past year and a half, just making the AI smarter and smarter and smarter. I think he's finished the game long ago. Now he's just fixing the the AI and the visuals and some other stuff. He reworked the whole rules multiple times until he figured out a good way. But the thing that takes a lot of time apparently to him is to make the AI smarter. Because first he has to play his game to get better, and then to teach the AI to use those same tactics that he figured out himself while playing his game. And that's the hard part. And I'm not sure about Upwork, but I'm on Fiverr. I'm registered on Fiverr for testing games and for editing video footage and stuff like that. I've registered myself on Fiverr as a freelancer to help with testing games, and I've had some people getting me to test their Android apps and stuff like that. And when I'm not busy, I definitely do that. When I'm not busy making content. Okay, let's go on the sharpshooter. The thing is, unless you build a portfolio, like unless you have a track record of people using your services and leaving comments on those platforms, it's oversaturated with other people. I'm not the best editor, so I can do something amazing like you see in Hollywood movies and things like that. Because I'm all self-taught. Everything I've learned, I've watched tutorials online, I've read guides online, and I've experimented myself when it comes to After Effects and Adobe Premiere and stuff like that. It's actually pretty nice. So much HP. I'm gonna unbind this shit. No, fuck! I thought. Thankfully they're adding buyback on Tuesday. Thankfully they're adding buyback. I just saw the scroll of unbinding. But this is a pretty strong one. But yeah, it's kind of oversaturated in on those websites, because you can find people that are gonna do the job much better than me for much less of the price. Actually, probably for the same price, because I've set my prices super low. But yeah, this one is not a build. This one is actually transitioning from a summoner. I was trying to make it a precision targeted strikes build. But I had 1 point into every skill for my showcase, and I removed 1 point from here, I removed 2 points from here, and now I'm probably gonna have to remove points from Explosive Arrow. But I'm thinking of leveling up a new sharpshooter and keeping that new sharpshooter as the precision one, this one to be the summoner. Right now I'm just gonna quickly go through the patch notes for the sharpshooter. So just give me a moment to bring up the patch notes for sharpshooter. Let's check what changed. Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter melee head, male head added. Okay, new head for males. Good. Reduced sharpshooter base ammo regeneration by 25%. I was talking about this earlier. It's not that bad. I mean, with things like tight grouping, I almost didn't run out of ammo with the right passive regeneration. Ghost Visage has had its teleport ranges increased by 2 meters, the same way Dusk Mage's Shadow Step had the same treatment. Heartseeker tier 3 milestones bonus missiles now start further, spread out and seek out targets slower, ramping up that speed over time. This makes them not clump up immediately upon firing and more accurately reflect the intent of the seeking missiles. Alright, seems legit. Fixed issues with the targeted strikes hiding the character's bow. Okay. Adjusted ammo regeneration for targeted strikes to be decreased. Okay. Shasta pet now gets a buff where whenever you or she takes damage, giving her up to 50% bonus damage. This is huge for summoner builds. Huge for summoner builds, and Sean has already confirmed it on Friday on stream in the chat that not with the next update on Tuesday, but with an update in the future, they would be adding new affixes in items that would be increasing summoner damage, summon damage. Things like the Bane Spiders, the Goblins, Shasta, Netherlings, Automatons, Goblin Hounds, and so on. Those things would be getting new affix that we can roll on items that can make them stronger. So this one would probably stack up with this extra bonus damage, and knowing that the tier 3 bonus of Shasta makes her do fire damage next to her is pretty nice, because first she taunts and gets all the enemies in a bunch. And this brings me to Onslaught, which Onslaught's tier 3 bonus deals 75 explosive damage instead of 25%. Damage over time finally works again after still only dealing 1 damage for some reasons. So they tried to fix it, and it was doing 1 damage still, and now it doesn't do damage. It doesn't do 1 damage, but does good damage, and this one is getting an increased bonus. Let's look at it. Let's have a look at explosive at Onslaught, which is a skill I really thought needed some buffing. But look at that, it still says 75% to me. So why is the patch note saying that it used to do 25 and now does 75 when the patch hasn't landed yet? Maybe the bonus was not actually working, it was doing 25 even though it was saying 75, and it's now finally fixed to do the damage it says. But yeah, when Shasta groups up the enemies, Onslaught was supposed to be that skill that would be pretty nice to use, and that's why my summoner was combining the 2 skills. And this is something I wanted fixed, and it's finally fixed. Casting Void of Shasta replaces the current Shasta minion with a fresh summon. Then okay, and the Goblin skill was broken, because you can see right now with the Goblin skill I can kind of get a lot of stuff. Actually, you weren't seeing those notes. Let me quickly bring those notes up. That's the notes I was reading. So now the Goblin adjusted it to only cast once, to only cast 1 Goblin per strike. Basically like this. I don't have it. No, I still have it. Oh, I need to hit enemies, but every time I hit, it used to spawn 2 more goblins, and that ended up giving me 8 goblins, and that's too much. The limit is 5, 2 goblins plus 3 more. That's the actual real limit. So that's what's gonna be happening, and I think we're done with the patch notes. I don't think there's anything more. I mean, Curse of PP is getting more damage reduction, so instead of 15% per stack, that's 25% per stack. So with 2 stacks you get 50% damage reduction, and if you have the Skittering Shoulders, that's 100% damage reduction. So you can be immortal for a short while. and burst your bosses without dodging. Then and this sharpshooter tier 1 goblin bonus apparently was broken and was not extending minion lifespan. So yeah, enough of this, we're done. Let's do a little bit of gameplay. So that was just quickly checking what's changing. Now we can jump into killing some stuff. And hey everyone, welcome back everyone, such as Dragon Hellas. And let me quickly go back to some of the missed comments. You don't necessarily farm it, you can use existing essence for same repair. And reason why you do not work, okay. And you can try Upwork, okay, I've read that. And do you know if they plan on fixing set bonuses not working when used in Legendarium? This one, I've kind of been wondering why it's not working. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's intentionally not allowing you to have set bonuses, and I don't know whether they're gonna change it. But they have confirmed that the keyword is equipped. When I asked this question for the stream, not this Friday but last Friday, Michael, the designer in charge of the Legendarium, was answering questions. And I wrote a question to be asked during the stream, whether this was intended or whether it was a bug. And the answer was something within the lines of the keyword there is being equipped. So those bonuses right now only work if the set items are equipped. I still think they should work, and I've upvoted. Someone made a suggestion on Note about this, and I've upvoted it because it really needs to. It is really gonna open up more possibilities, more freedom when making a build. It's not gonna make us super overpowered if we can mix and match 2 equipped items with 1 in the Legendarium, or 1 equipped item with 2 in the Legendarium. We're not gonna magically end up being super overpowered with this. So I definitely think this is something they should add, but I can't tell you whether it will be added. Definitely not with the patch on Tuesday, because I didn't see anything about that in the patch notes. Okay, now I'm out of water, so next time I get thirsty I'm gonna have to go to the kitchen to refill my pitcher. Not sure what happened, I'm assuming it was a YouTube sub most likely. So thanks to the person who subbed. I'm gonna see the notification in a moment when my Firefox actually... oh fuck. When my Firefox actually wakes up. So this is me playing a mixed bag of skills. It's not a build it's neither a summoner build nor a precision build. It's all over the place, and yet you can still see the sharpshooter is doing okay. It's not one-shotting bosses or one-bursting bosses, and I'm not the best at playing sharpshooter because this is one of the most difficult rotations. The way this rotation works is first I do Oil Shasta to make her taunt enemies, then I have to do Goose to make the enemies take more damage, then I have to do Ghost Visage to get the crit chance, and then I have to spam 3 times this, then another Ghost Visage, another 3 times, then another Goose, another Ghost Visage, another 3 times, then revolt, another Shasta, another Goose, another Visage, and then 3 times, another Visage, and then 3 times. So that's probably a bit too much. I think sacrifice to Goose is making this overly complicated, but that's extra 30% vulnerability if you have the tier 1 bonus that you can get. So, oh, and in the meantime you can use any relic active skill as well. And I can't wait to see all the relic active skills getting reworked. And even if they say we have to have 3 times the legendary to have the 4th be active in Legendarium, that's Still fine and in no way overpowered. Yeah, that's still gonna be fine. To have 3 equipped legendaries and then have the 4th one in the legendarium, but have the 4th one get it. It's still gonna be okay. I'm open to such a balance change as long as they allow us to get the set bonus of an item that's in the legendarium. But as long as you have full legendary items with maybe 1 or 2 blue items, in fact on some classes you're gonna want legendary chest and legs. Not legendary chest and legs, I mean blue chest and legs. Because rare chest and legs have some affixes that legendary can't give you, such as this flat damage and percent damage. Not percent crit damage, but percent damage.
Looking for some gear?
And those bonuses for some builds would be stronger than trying to make sure I don't go over
Well,
20,000.
yeah.
So what do I want to gamble on? Let's see what my lowest level item is. Let's say ropes, maybe. Let's say ropes. Wait, I'm gonna check the musketeer set. What do I want from the musketeer set? Or maybe a bow. Let's try and get a bow. But there is no specific bow, so I'm gonna have to be doing two-handed weapon. Well, I'm already at 17,000, so enough of that. Should have gone for armors. It's much cheaper and better bang for my buck. Better bang for my bucks. But yeah, let me quickly check what musketeer things I need. I wouldn't mind a hat, but by the way, I need to give my pet some food. Just give me a moment. He's been getting hungry. Sky, come here. Sky, say hello. He said hello. Or more like food. Food. Alright, there he is. Gave him some. Okay, back to healing stuff. So there's a lot of stuff I need for sharpshooter. You can see out of 16 sharpshooter unique items, I've only got 2 in the legendarium. I haven't played much of her. I'm gonna level up a new sharpshooter soon. It will be after the patch and it will be after I get my 6 heroes leveled up. Because I've got 6 heroes leveled up and I got bored of leveling new heroes. And I wanted a little bit of a break after getting 6 heroes to complete all the story missions in all 2 acts. Kind of decide to do a little bit of phase beasting, but not for levels. Rather, I'm doing that for items and just to test stuff. Let's try and figure out where the beast is. Well, there is no beast here. There's one place left where we haven't been. Come on, beastie boy. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's sabotage. And the Beastie Boy showed up quickly, right on time, at the last part of the map where it could have spawned, right before I walked out and restarted the map. Normally at this point I would have walked out and restarted if he didn't spawn. There's of course the chance of you walking around the map and it spawning. See, I'm so bad at the rotation of this build. I'm terrible at this rotation. It's just too many things I have to do. I've got too many skills in my skill bar that I have to use. I've never been a fan of this mechanic where it overrides any adventurer bonus. It would have been so much better if you could stack different adventurer bonuses at the same time. So for example, I do this and I get this bonus, and then I do this and I get this bonus, but the other bonus doesn't get lost. And I just stack it for the next 3 casts. This would have been the better mechanic. Because right now it's so... Sometimes it's too much for me to handle having to rotate my skills like a crazy person. Doing first this, then this, then this. Trying to do 3 skills before I even start doing damage. Kind of a bit too much. It was actually super disappointing. This whole mechanic, I'm not a big fan of the whole mechanic as a general. Of that mechanic where you have to use 1 skill and then your next 3 skills of the other type being buffed. There's probably many better ideas to make this class feel unique. Many better things to make it feel as unique as a Forged, as unique as a Mage, as unique as the Realm Master, or whatever else you wanna make it be unique as. Right now, this feels one of the most underwhelming mechanics of a class in this game. But this is the newest class they've made, so it has had the least amount of feedback from players in regards to its systems. But I'm definitely not a big fan of that system. Wife bound wood bees gold. Actually I'm gonna put those into the warehouse. The way this system works is it's very restrictive because it's forcing you to only use certain skills after using other skills before them. So if you mess up the rotation, it's very punishing, because you lose 50% crit chance if you mess the rotation, or you lose something else, like if you don't use this, then you're losing that damage reduction, or if you don't use this, then you're losing the 50% increased damage to taunted. And if you start attacking while this is happening, you might end up fearing the enemies and getting them away from the others. If you don't want that, that might end up hurting you. Fear is good for some heroes, for other heroes is terrible. So it's kind of a double bladed edge, double-edged sword. Let's see. Yeah, this is going away. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. It seems like a strong item. But I do think sharpshooter like the Realm Master needs some reworking of the main mechanic of the class. The same way the Realm Master got a nice rework of the endurance, and it feels much better now. And the way they're gonna be reworking the train skills, which feel pretty weird at times, and they're behaving very unresponsive sometimes. X Robin X 456, welcome to the Struck Club. Thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. Appreciate it. So I'm hoping that they would consider reworking, giving the sharpshooter a big rework. A big rework. First of all, the majority of her skills are pretty underwhelming. And targeted strikes is kind of super nice, so the other skills need to be as nice as targeted strikes. It's not like nerf targeted strikes to be as bad as the other skills, but buff the other skills to be as good as targeted strikes, and maybe change that whole mechanic between one skill tree and the other skill tree with these three next casts. To maybe be something different, to maybe not have to do such a long rotation of skills before you can start DPSing. Because it's super bad to have to use your escape mechanic before you even start DPSing, instead of saving it for when you really need that escape mechanic. And when you're escaping, you're probably having troubles with the survivability, so you would rather have something that heals you or gives you damage reduction. And I would have that crit chance be under Sacrifice of Goose, because when you're doing Sacrifice of Goose you should be ready to do DPS, because you're applying vulnerability instead of having those underwhelming arrows that are shooting. So I'd rather have a 25 or 15% healing, the same way you get when using Luminous Run, when using Ghost Visage. Maybe to balance it out, let's say 10% healing for the next precision skill you use, for the next 3 precision skills you use. But again, you should be able to stack different precision skill things. This one should stack with this one, it should probably stack with this one. And each of them should have its own separate 3 times. So if let's say I've got 2 points left of this, and then I cast this, this, then I get 3 points on that, but the other one still gets its 2 points. That's how the system would feel better. By the way, another map without a phase beast. There's many ways to rework it and make it feel a bit more interesting to play, because right now it's exactly a meta rotation that you wanna follow and stick to, and it's very restrictive when you're kind of knowing that if you don't play your skills right, you're losing on something. Alright, let's try again. Hopefully I find the boss. I'm gonna switch away from this hero because it's the one I enjoyed the least playing. From all 4 heroes, this is my least favorite. And it's the least fun to play because it's just boring. It's just boring. Its targeted strikes is strong. The summoners are strong as well, just not as strong as targeted strikes, but with the right items and relics, a summoner built with the electrode could melt enemies. But in general, I've never been a fan of this mechanic, so I'm kind of staying away from this boring hero. It could be strong, but strong doesn't necessarily mean not boring. Strong doesn't necessarily mean fun to me. In fact, for me, in most games I've played, the meta builds end up being the least fun builds to play and the most boring builds. Especially builds that one-shot enemies in games like Borderlands 3. Where you would have like 2-3 hits and the boss is dead. It just sometimes the whole boss gets this whole boss mechanic. You can't even feel the boss fight if you end up killing the boss in like 5, 6, 7 seconds. But the good thing about those games, it's always been about a journey from when the bosses are difficult until you gear up to get the right items, get the right skills, and then start feeling overpowered. So everyone should feel overpowered when they're geared up, when they are using the right skills. Alright. I'm gonna switch back to mage. The mage feels so much smoother to play. One of the smoothest in regards to rotating skills classes is the mage. And the No Train Railmaster as well. The No Train Railmaster is such a joy to play. It's like Muhammad Ali in the ring. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's what this guy on the slammer build feels like, with all the spinning, with hammer spin and all of that. So let's go to the mage. But yeah, it definitely feels like you're playing some super super nice warrior knockback stunner with all that mobility and all that moving left, right, stunning on the other side and so on, slamming, debuffing. The rotations are kind of like a nice dance when you're playing the Railmaster on a no train build. With the Dusk Mage, it kind of gets a little boring when you're trying to build the dark buff bar, and that's because the light buffs, the light skills are not meant to be doing a lot of damage per second, and they're not meant to be feeling this quickly. They're kind of designed in such a way that all of them are impact skills. You don't have something like energy spikes that does so many hits per second. You don't have something like dark spears that does a lot of hits per second that would help you build up the bar. So the only thing you can probably consider building up the bar would be Consecration with the poison. Consecration with the poison with this one, King of Snaggletooth. That's probably the only thing that could help you build up the white buff bar quickly. But the thing is, Consecration is cast around you. So if Consecration was cast on your mouse cursor, so let's say they remove this. Let's say they remove the tier 2 bonus, or maybe they remove the tier 1 bonus. But I'd rather them remove the tier 2 bonus and put the healing as a tier 2 and make the new tier 3 bonus something that allows you to cast Consecration on the mouse cursor. That would have been much better, so you can use it as a Dark Spears version with the poison. And that's gonna definitely help you. That's gonna definitely help you have a skill that helps you quickly build that dark bar. With the King of Snaggletooth and Consecration that poisons, you can have something very fun. Because right now, if you want to use it, you have to get the enemies close to you. And the Disc Mage, well, it probably worked before with certain builds before they reworked. What's its name? Radiant Blast. Or maybe make Radiant Blast do damage over time. So instead of infusing enemies, make them take damage over time, like the Railmaster and blinding the Lantern Flash. The Lantern Flash on Railmaster is an amazing skill when it comes to damage over time sometimes. So infusing the enemies should not make them explode for that much damage, but rather make them take damage per second for 6 seconds while they're infused. I think that's how it should be. Would be much better. They just buffed that 100% weapon damage to 200. And that's not bad, that's a good bonus. But I'd much rather see 20% damage per second for 6 seconds and 100 damage on impact, something like that. for the first hit. So the first hit probably makes them take more damage, and then I'm gonna reword it in a moment. After this fight I'm gonna reword it. So let's say you apply in this, so you do that damage, you do the damage that it says it does, 416% weapon damage in my case at level 0. Then you infuse the enemies, and if they die they explode for 100 damage, but while infusing them you make them take a little bit of damage over time. It doesn't have to be much, as long as it procs hits like Dark Spears does, so it can build the bar. People would consider using it. People would consider using it to build that bar. And if you do that change to Radiant Blast and then do that change to Consecration to be able to cast it on the cursor location, you can have 2 range skills that can help you build the bar the same way Dark Spears or Energy Spike are super fast builders of the white bar. Right now that's the only thing that the Dusk Mage kind of has feeling awkward. It's super easy to build the white bar, but the dark bar kind of takes a while. The only thing that's probably amazing to build it right now is Holy Bolt with spamminess, with the while Holy charged, fire 2 Holy Bolts, and then use the Arc of White. The Arc of White to make Holy Bolt cast Absolver. And then probably you can have the fastest possible way of building the white bar. That's the only thing right now I can think of that can help you build the white bar as soon as possible. And in between you can use a few white spears. And that's why this build probably is all about building the bars. But I'm missing that item right now, so let's go and try and gamble for it. Let's spend a few thousand to try and gamble for it. I'm gonna spend 5k gold. And let me quickly check what if every class got a passive skill tree. Well, every class did have a passive skill tree a year ago. Every class did have a passive skill tree, actually it's more than a year ago. But it was boring. The way skills used to be back then, it was pretty boring. Maybe adding a new separate passive skill tree would be nice if they remove those tier bonuses. I actually like this system because it's different than other games. It's pretty different than other games where you have passive skill tree and then you have the active skill tree. Then we wouldn't need that many skill points. Then 60 skill points would be too much. If we have a passive skill tree where we get bonuses, and we have 60 levels would be an overkill. Or probably okay, let's say I've got this level 10, this level 10, this level 10, and those 3 things are level 10, and since there's no longer tier 1, 2, 3 bonuses with the passive skill tree, that's fine. Then you have 60 or 30 points, or let's say you don't get as many passive skill points as you get active. Let's say you get 20 skill points at level 60. So you get every 3 levels a passive skill point. Then that could probably work. It won't be bad as an idea, but this seems like something unique that's something specific to this game, where you have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and you have to make choices. But we do need an option where we can disable certain bonuses, like on entropy. This bonus, I really want to be able to get level 10 entropy, but without the tier 3 bonus being active. So to be able to switch it on or off, toggle on or off some bonuses that you don't want. Let's say someone doesn't want the tier 1 bonus and the tier 3 bonus and only wants the crit chance for dark skills. So allow me to disable the tier 1 and tier 3 and only keep the tier 2. So I think we need some sort of another tab here where we have unlocked passives. And once you unlock this passive, it gets added to this new tab and it gets automatically switched on. But you can switch to that tab there, and then you can disable, toggle on off with some checkboxes, certain effects that you want to use or not use. Because some people might not want on a forged that decreased mana,
fresh
steam
stuff.
cost, the steam dissipation. Some people might want to be using the spin to win to build heat for a vortex bomb build. And when the spin to win costs 30% less heat, then it's gonna be 30% slower to build the heat. But if you have an option to disable this bonus, you can just use the skill to build heat, and then once you build the heat, you can just spam the other thing. Alright, let's go for a Digitus or for a Focus.
Till next
What do
time.
I need more right now? Right now I need... Arc of Light is a Digitus,
Let's keep this
so...
our little secret.
Okay, I think that's enough. I'm getting unlucky. I keep getting non-Digitus items, like fucking 4 blue pistols, really? Really? 4 blue pistols. And a cave breaker. Yeah. I'm saving my money for cannons. I'm saving my gold for cannons for Tuesday. Cause cannon seems to be the hardest weapons to get legendary of. Since I started playing the game, I've probably only gotten 3 legendary cannons and 2 of them were a repeat. So one of them was a unique one that I didn't get, the other one was another one I didn't get, and the third one was the repeat of the second one. So cannons kind of hard to get right now. Wait, look at the defense on this bad boy for a one-handed weapon. But these mages are strong, they're super strong. And I'm happy about it. It's been the class I played first, but again there's, as I said, some things I would really like to see the disc mage slightly reworked, slightly revamped, let's say. Disc mage 2.0. And Sharpshooter 2.0. We already got Realm Master 2.0 when it comes to endurance. The thing is, by the time my stream ends, I'm probably gonna forget about all those things I talked and I'm not gonna report them on notes. And I'm gonna have to remember sometimes when I'm in my note phase. Sometimes I sit down and I go through the note suggestions and check if the things I wanna report have been reported. And if I remember all the things I talked about during my streams, I do make issues or tickets on note as a suggestion when it comes to rebalancing, reworking certain things. And that's why I liked being able to send feedback from within game. I used to do that when I'm streaming. I think of something great and I would quickly spend 1 minute in the game writing feedback, because we used to be able to click on send feedback from within the game and actually do that, actually send them. See, I didn't want to do this, but I glitched into the map. This is one of the things that's so annoying, and I didn't notice anything about that getting fixed in the patch notes. Disc mage teleporting under the ground. This didn't happen with the sharpshooter, as you saw. I fought this boss a few times and I didn't get the same bug happening on a sharpshooter. And I just ended up losing 2 items. I forgot to... I didn't realize I had Celestial Shoulders being wife bound, so a legendary drop lost now due to this annoying bug. And the problem is I can't teleport outside of there until the boss is dead. And when the boss dies, it puts me back onto the surface. So that's super annoying as a buff. As for whether the Realm Master plays similar to the Engineer from Torchlight 2, not really. Not really. Maybe in a way, but not really. Only slightly. It's weird. It's weird because yeah, he does have a train, but the way the train works is unlike anything you've seen in other games. But you do have the melee tree, the tree that doesn't use the train, which does feel pretty fun to play for me with the Realm Master. Let's hope I don't end up getting glitched under the floor again. So I have to... I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for him to come here. Alright, now let's kill him here. I don't think I'm gonna get bugged. What? What just happened? How did he even hit me? I was so far away from where he was hitting. This made no sense. On my screen, my character was at least 2-3 meters away from where he's gonna hit. And I tried to pull him away from that glitchy spot so I don't end up under the ground again. And another thing I'm not happy, one-shots. I don't like one-shots in games. I like being able to face tank, even if I don't do much damage, even if it takes me 2-3 times as long to kill an enemy. I'd like to be able to be face tanky. But right now I'm missing the shoulders, the skittering shoulders that give me 50% damage reduction. And I've got some level 20 something items. This is 23, this is 23, this is 29. This gives me fire defense, which doesn't help against the boss. This gives me poison oh, this actually helps against the boss. This poison defense doesn't help against the boss, and this poison defense doesn't help against that boss. So it's the other way around. Only the fire defense does help me a bit. Another notification that I'm not seeing, so my Firefox is probably a little slow on the uptake. But thanks to the person, I'm assuming that's a subscription to my YouTube channel. So thanks to the YouTube sub helping me reach that goal of 1,000 subs. Getting there. We're in the final stretch to reaching YouTube partner. Final 100 subs. So thanks very much to all my YouTube subs, past and present, for all of that. Let's move. Come on, beastie boy. Don't be hiding, don't play coy. Show yourself out of the hiding hole and spawn that portal. For a second there I thought I saw it, but then... That's why I kinda froze mid-sentence. Here, kitty, show yourself. Now that's the final place where I can find one. If it's not here, then it's not spawning on this map. Yeah, it's not spawning. Right, might as well kill this guy so I get something out of this run. No, fuck. Wrong button. One extra loading screen. I ended up misclicking. Yesterday I accidentally deleted one of my heroes in Warhammer Chaosbane. I accidentally clicked on delete and clicked on yes, because I thought I was clicking on enter game and then yes. So in games like this, when you click on delete, it should ask you to type delete on PC. For idiots like me who accidentally click on delete hero and then click on yes, because delete was right next to play or start game or whatever, and I just clicked on the wrong button and just muscle memory clicking on yes. Thankfully I had a backup from the 5th of May, backup of all my heroes, because Chaosbane stores save data locally. So I had a backup from the 5th of May, so I lost a lot of gear, a lot of good weapons, but at least I managed to get my backup and I didn't have to level up a new hero and gear him up completely. But yesterday on stream it was funny deleting my Slayer, my braggy Axebiter and the Dwarven Slayer. So good thing I had that backup from the 5th of May. Which reminds me I need to back up my current Chaosbane heroes in case I do something stupid like that. Or lose my save data. Because I did lose my save data once when I was reinstalling Chaosbane. From one account to another, because I have two accounts and both of them have the Magnus Edition. And when I bought my second Magnus Edition, I wanted to make sure it's a fresh install and all of that on the other account. And I ended up shift and deleting my folder like the most stupid person, thinking that the save games are in my games, my saves. But it ended up being in the Steam install folder where the Chaosbane saves were. So a few months ago I had to start over from scratch all my heroes. Thankfully I've already geared up with decent items, so don't even care about the things I lost. I did lose some legacy helmets with some high cooldowns and stuff like that, but that's kind of okay. So yeah, always put some extra steps on the delete characters section if you're making a game. Never a bad choice to make your players type delete. For idiots like me who would end up clicking yes. I'm gonna do 2 more kills and then go to the Realm Master, do a little bit of dancing, the hammer dance. But yeah, I do have favorite builds on every hero. So what's most fun to me could be definitely different to what's most fun to others. But and this keeps changing. For me, what's most fun for every hero keeps changing. At one point I might be enjoying playing this build on the disc match, but then I might enjoy playing a summoner next if they make the... I think Spirit Well needs to taunt. When you get tier 3 bonus and then you get the Spectral Nethering Brute, this Nethering Brute needs to do taunt. The same way Loyal Shasta, except without making the enemies take more damage. But the Nethering Brute really needs to have some sort of a taunt ability, so you can then focus all the enemies onto the Nethering Brute, and then maybe use things like Dark Spear, or maybe Radiant Blast, or maybe Ranged Consecration if they rework it to be ranged, or whatever. Just focus your fire on the taunted enemies there. Maybe use Damnation or whatever to make that Brute a tank. I know it's probably not the best enemy, not the best model as a tank because he keeps charging left and right, charging in different enemies. So he's probably not the best to be a tank that taunts because he's not static and he keeps moving. But I think that's gonna be a great mechanic to add to a skill like this, to make the Netherine Brute taunt. Or maybe have the spider from Bane, the new Bane spider, the new Bane relic active skill, where you're summoning a spider for a few seconds that poisons enemy. Maybe have this spider taunt, and then when you're doing a summoner build, get it. Or even better, get the ice golem, the ice golem from the Cold Heart to be the one that does taunting. I've not played with Cold Heart for a long time. So once the Tuesday patch hits, I'm gonna consider starting leveling a Cold Heart as soon as I hit level 50 on one of my heroes, and switch to another one. Because the Golem seems like that bulky, tanky, slow, moving, static kind of a creature that you would wanna be taunting. So I'm gonna quickly check if the Cold Heart can taunt. After this map. After this one boss fight. Because it's gonna make sense to have some sort of the summons that you can make apart from Shasta to be able to taunt and to work well for a summoner build, to keep the enemies away from you. Because right now Shasta builds have the advantage over other summoner builds in regards to you taking a break and chilling while your summons are doing the killing, and you're just buffing and debuffing and spamming AoEs from the side to support them. It's pretty obvious that when the sharpshooter was designed, they had summoner in mind for some of the skills, but the disc mage was designed long ago when yeah, summoning was not even considered a big thing in the game. You didn't have the Bane working in the same way. You didn't have Spirit Well working in the same way. Thus, the same goes for the Forged and the Realm Master. Although when the Realm Master got added, we did have the Spiderlings from Bane. I think with update 7 in the alpha is when they reworked those relics, or maybe was that update 6. I'm pretty sure that the Realm Master was with update 7, but whether they reworked the relics to add those skills to them, to make them things with their own skill trees, I think that was either update 7 or maybe update 6. If I'm not mistaken, update 6 was something to do with the contracts. It's been a long time ago, so kind of mixing up some of my patches. I'm pretty sure update 8 was Beastly Buddies, where they did some pet stuff. Update 10 was the move to Steam and changed the name to Torchlight 3 from Torchlight Frontiers. Skittering boots. Well, finally, Beastie Boy. Was just about to go and press escape and character selection screen. Alright, after this I'm gonna do one more boss kill, and then it's Realm Master hammer time. Let's make this shoot into the sky. Does it look nice? Can this go up towards the sky? I guess this can go towards the sky. But yeah, we can have some fun with some of the props in the game. What? Seriously? Alright, 2 more bosses. This doesn't count, I didn't kill it. Those one-shots are just getting boring. One-shots are definitely my least favorite thing in games. I need to be able to take at least one hit from the boss. At least one hit. Even with my shitty defenses. Let me take one hit, leave me at 10 or 5% HP and allow me to react quickly and jump and heal. Because it feels like playing a bullet hell, it feels like playing kite the boss instead of kill the boss. Yeah, there's builds that can one-shot it with a single cast of like a very strong entropy setup or exploited Radiant Blast with the Brilliant Herald. But I'd much rather be able to, on any build, be able to take some hits. Look at my defense. Right now it's shitty. It's pretty shitty as a defense, 13% versus O. In that other map it's probably 10% versus O. So I should be left at 10% HP, let's say, when I get hit, when I have 10% defense. So one shot with 10% defense should get me to 10% HP. It's gonna be nice if they change the boss hits to do % of your HP as damage instead of do certain damage, those one-shot skills. Most of their skills should probably do direct damage, which gets decreased by the damage reduction. But let's say it is a % of your HP ignoring the defenses for some skills. See, now I can kite it and kill it easily if I don't stay next to it. So what's my defense here? My defense here is 10.3. Yeah, exactly, 10% damage. And Saran said he just changed relics and his skittering shoulders 50% damage reduction area stopped spawning. What do you mean? Why would that stop when you're changing relics? That makes no sense. That's pretty weird. Did you try rewogging? Did you try equipping, unequipping the shoulders? Because the shoulders, the skittering shoulders works when you use your E skill or whatever your hotkey is for this one here. It doesn't work with this, it works with that. So if it suddenly stopped working, that's pretty strange. It could be a bug. I mean, it's early access, so anything goes when it comes to bugs. Alright, one more queue as I said, because the previous one didn't count, and then I'm switching to do some hammer time with Mr. Smooth. The Realm Master is really one of the smoothest combat combos that you can make. Let's see. Viden Demyanov. Oh, that guy's from my country, judging by his name. Hello, Viden. I found as well on Bugswat area boss, if you kite it out Go to the chest and get back, boss insta dies and all mobs disappear and boss spawns again. It's not just it's not just in the bug SWAT, it's in many areas the bosses leash back to their base, but instead of actually leashing back by walking, it gives you the animation as if you killed the boss. And yeah, all the monsters disappear from the zone, including phase beasts. I once had that happen to me, where the boss made the phase beast disappear. It was pretty annoying, honestly. Like the phase beast was right behind the boss, and I was running towards the phase beast, and the boss spawned in a weird place where he was not in his usual spawn. So yeah, pretty fun. But yeah, those bugs they're probably eventually gonna fix. I'm pretty sure they know about those leashing bugs. And that was happening to some of the story bosses as well. There was this Irma Swampseer or whatever she was called, that necromancer witch boss that is in a circle. That's in a circle of bones or whatever in one of the cemetery maps. Not the first necromancer, but the other one you kill that has a circular zone. And I found that as soon as I exit that circular zone, she would despawn and spawn again back to full HP with that same bug. Yeah, it happens. Bugs. I mean, just judging by the patch notes, you can see how many bugs they've fixed. And thankfully we've helped them find those bugs. I'm pretty sure some of the developers watch and monitor some of the streams, because there's a lot of bugs you can find by watching others play the game. It saves you time from maybe playing the game yourself, and then there's people reporting in notes, so there's that as well. But I'm pretty sure some people every now and then might be monitoring streams because they already mentioned it. They mentioned it that they've been monitoring streams and stuff every now and then. I've never seen a developer in my stream, in the chat, but who knows, maybe someone ended up watching replays or ended up working and watching. But I'm pretty sure the developers go in the big streams when there's people like Riker and Mr. Wama and other big streamers who have streamed this game. Those two I've watched and been on their streams when they've streamed, so that's why I'm mentioning them, because they were the ones that had some access when the game was in NDA. I think they allowed them to stream it a bit. Or maybe that was before that. Man, that's been a long time ago, I guess, a few months ago. Oh, this one's close to 37. Damage with slammer skills. If only this had 2 sockets. If this had 2 sockets and I could get 2 times fire damage, and I could get pants that give me bonus fire damage, this would have been OP. I'm probably gonna keep it though. I'm probably gonna keep it for a train build maybe, because you never know. How is my crit damage? I think I'm pretty bad on the crit damage right now with this hero. But again, I don't bother with my crit chance, crit damage min-maxing until level 60. It's fucking pointless to bother min-maxing your crit chance, crit damage before you reach the max level, because that gear's gonna change, especially when they add the endgame content. It means that every hour or every few hours you're gonna be getting a few levels and you're gonna be out leveling your current items. So you can see right now I'm at the minimum crit damage, 150, and my crit chance is pretty bad. But at least I've got some decent flat damage, and that gives me good damage. Gives me good DPS. Well, We're kind of getting filled here. Any wife-bound stuff I need to be careful with? I don't think so. Probably gonna put this one here too. Pet, go sell, and... Oh, see, I almost missed this.
Your pet has returned.
Anything I wanna re-enchant? Defense, gearwork, defense, goldwork. Alright, this is getting some changes. Defense. Not so bad. Only 26% defense versus so not the best but not the worst either. And some of the messages. Immortals 1. Hey, do you know if the game's still having some issue with the server? Well, I've been getting a disconnect every now and then, but it's not been terrible. In fact, for the last week and a half too, I've only gotten disconnected 4 or 5 times, and I've been playing a lot. Playing on stream, playing off stream, recording footage while off stream, so there's definitely not been that much issues with the server when it comes to disconnects. But there is still that occasional rubber banding. The occasional rubber banding when using movement skills and things like that. But again, it depends on your internet connection with the server, whether you've got good ping with the server. They're still working on fixing the netcode to be a little bit better, but I don't think there's gonna be big changes on the Tuesday patch in regards to that. We're gonna have to find out. Right now, I'm actually happy with how it is. And Viden asked me if I've played Torchlight 2. Yes, I've played Torchlight 2. I still got it installed on my Steam, on this account and on my other account. I've played it with mods, I've played it without mods, and there's this game that we were talking about the other day, Fate. Another similar game to Torchlight 1 and 2 and 3. That was pretty great. Fate actually is very close to Torchlight 2 because it has a fishing and pets, and you can tell your pets to do certain things, like you can in Torchlight 2. Oh, another version of this one, but a higher level one. And look at all the defense. That's like 1800 plus total defense on this shield. Chance to blind, not really bad. Basic attack build A. I'm gonna have to go to my fort again, cause this shield worth keeping it instead of losing it. Hi, Paihawa or Paijawa. Welcome back, dude. Nice to see you again. How have you been? I remember seeing you some time ago when I was streaming. Which relic I use for this build? I'm using the Bane, but keep in mind the Bane is changing. But it doesn't matter. For this build you can use the Flaming Destroyer. It's gonna be very good with the Lantern Flash, which burns enemies. Or if you wanna stack burning and bleeding, you can be using, for example, what's it called, a Blood Drinker, or you can even use Electrode. I think the only relic I wouldn't recommend right now until Tuesday, when they would fix so that you can freeze and chill bosses, would be this one. But keep in mind this relic is changing on Tuesday and the Cold Heart, and bosses would be able to get frozen or chilled. So right now chill and freeze is kind of underwhelming, and this whole relic is kind of underwhelming. But I think with the patch on Tuesday, it's gonna be worth investing some points into it. So any relic is fine, and the Bane is actually gonna be more of a summoner build relic after the patch on Tuesday, because this one would not be a spell that you cast that travels like this one, but it's gonna be actually just one big spider that can attack enemies and poison them. So it's more of a something you want to be using for builds where you're focusing on the summons. And every class can have some sort of a summoner build with the right skills and right items. But some classes are the more obvious choices, like the sharpshooter and the mage are your obvious summoner choices, because they have skills that do summons that can stack up decent numbers. With the Realm Master you can probably do 4 or 6 ancestral spirits with flying peaks. And that's not gonna be for that long of a duration. I think it was for what, 5-6 seconds? Ancestral spirit for... okay, for 12 seconds. With the endurance bonus, but it's... and you can do 2 of them. And if you get your endurance recharged with this one, you can get another one quickly. And that's not bad. Stacking 4 would be easy. Stacking 6 would be a little bit difficult. It's definitely gonna be a little bit difficult stacking 6 ancestral spirits, but it's gonna be doable, I think, with the right amount of rotation of your skills and the right items. There was one flying peaks item, I need to look into it to see what it does. Right now pet buffs only buff your actual pet. Only this thing here gets buffed up with pet buffs. So for now they're working on reworking this. They said that it's possible, at least one of the developers said that it's possible that they would rework this plus 65% pet damage bonus that some of the tier 2 bonuses of skills give you to maybe be a lower number, but also apply to summons, not just pets. And Sean, the person who's in charge of rebalancing things, one of the developers, Sean Stone, he said on the stream on Friday in the chat that they will be adding a new affix that's making summons stronger, but it's not gonna be coming with this patch, with probably a future update, maybe the next update, maybe another one, but it's not gonna be with the update on Tuesday. But there's gonna be a new affix on armors and maybe weapons. It didn't say what type of items, but they did say there's gonna be one that would help you get your summons be stronger. The train is not a pet, but he might count for some sort of a summon or whatever. So I'm assuming when they rework this bonus, they might make it so that it affects summons like the Bane Spiders, like the Ancestral Spirits, like the Netherlings, Spiderlings, like the train maybe as well. Just not Ghost Train, because it's a different type of train. But right now the train does not count as a pet, and it does not count as a summon either, I think. Although we don't have affixes for summon damage or stuff, so it doesn't matter whether it does or doesn't count as one. Choices. Let's get this one more point, and then we get endurance return. Okay, a bit more. But as you can see, I'm playing a no train build. I've got a build video and a build text version on my website for this. for the, what was its name? I forgot what I called it. I called it Spike Driver 2.0. This is like a rework of my Spike Drive Wash update from I think update 9. I think it was update 9 in the alpha in Torchlight Frontiers when I was playing something similar, slightly different because I was playing a different relic, I think. But relics were slightly different back then anyways. That's a pretty nice one-handed.
You ready to spend? I'm ready to bet. Well, it was good seeing ya.
Oh, I sent you the link to the train build. I was talking about a different build that's not a... I was talking about my no train build. About the build that used to be called Spike Drive Flash. Which was a build I made when they first introduced Lantern Flash and Spike Drive. When those skills were first introduced into the game. That's when I made a build like a build that was including Spike Drive, Lantern Flash, Busting Charge, Hammer Spin, and I think I was using Pound back then as well. But the Legendarium wasn't a thing back then. The skills didn't have tier 1, 2, 3 bonuses. Relics had 40 levels, not 50 levels, and they were working slightly different, some of them. You couldn't get this one without spending points into this one. So you needed 5 points spent to get this. You needed 10 points total spent to get this. You needed 15 points spent total to get this. And I kept asking and begging for them to change the system the way it is now. To allow you to save points up and spend them in skills that you want, rather than forcing you to spend points into skills that you don't want, so that you can unlock the skills you want. And thankfully they made it like that eventually. Give us more freedom, less restrictiveness. Let people have crazy fun builds. So yeah, when something is worth considering, they definitely consider it, and eventually it makes its way into the game as a change, as a rebalance or a feature or whatever. I'm pretty sure most of the things I've been sending as feedback back in the day have been things other people are sending. And now with Note, and speaking of Note, this is Note. Speaking of Note, yeah. This is where you can report issues, upvote, downvote issues, or tickets, maybe is the better way to call it. Because not everything in a ticket is an issue. Some things are feedback suggestions, other things are bug reports, and there's various different things that you can make a ticket for on Node. So it's like a feedback center rather than a support center. And it's great to see developers caring as much to create something like that. Meaning they really care to see what people think and what people believe is more important as a priority. And I'm not sure what just happened. Oh yeah, a YouTube sub, the Elt. Welcome to my channel. If you're watching on YouTube, Elt, thank you for the sub. Appreciate the help in growing my channel. All of you YouTube subs, we're getting close to that threshold of 1,000 subs for partner. It's been a long journey though. It's been like 14 months I think since I started making content and streaming. And I started actually with Torchlight Frontiers. This one was the game that made me start streaming when it was called Torchlight Frontiers. April 2019, been a long journey. And the first video I made, I think, was for the Disc Mage class, a skill showcase for the Disc Mage. But back then we only had Disc Mage and Forge. We only had 2 heroes back then. In I think it was update 3 of the alpha, or it was alpha phase 3. Maybe the update number was different. See, this guy just face tanked him, but that's thanks to the shoulders, which I can't get on the other heroes. I'm getting unlucky on the other heroes, and I can't get those shoulders. And with the damage reduction from hammer spin, that's 100% damage reduction stacking. But I have to be careful, because if hammer spin's damage reduction runs out, I'm only down to like 50% plus this 20%, so I'm only down to 70, as long as I've hit in melee recently. This Doom Pipe, I don't really need it, because I've already got it, so this one's probably gonna stay for a Woby train build that I'm gonna level up eventually. As for this greatsword, I'm wondering if I can make it stronger than my current. So let's say my current is 1194, and let's say this one is level 40, and I can add one more poison damage to it. That's gonna be 1000. Let's say 150. I'm gonna experiment. I'm gonna go and enchant it. I've also got some level 40 items to collect that I can now wear that I'm 37. So I gotta go to the fort and check some of the new items I can equip. I'm pretty sure I had some cosmic... was it a chest piece or was it helmet? I think it was a cosmic helmet, and that means I'm getting one extra skill point in some of the skills. Was it conductor skills? I think it's two extra skill points in the conductor skill tree, so I can respec two skill points from the flame car. Let's see where I left it. Wait, where's my Realm Master? Here. So that's the thing. I'm losing a lot of gear work though, but I think it's worth it. This thing, I'm gonna keep it for a Woby train build Realm Master, then I'm gonna level up when they rework some of the skills. So this weapon, let's try and add poison damage to it and see how strong it can be. Please don't make me waste too much, please. No, come on, give me poison damage, poison damage. Come on, give me poison damage. Damn, this is gonna make me broke, I'm telling you. Look at how bad the RNG is. This is just the worst. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things you can get, and I haven't gotten the thing I want yet. This is just retarded. But pardon my language. I think I'm not allowed to say this word anymore when speaking about stupid things. Finally, 144. It's not stronger. It's not stronger. I didn't expect this to be stronger, but it's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close. Okay, I can keep it for another hero. I'm gonna keep it for another hero, because that's a lot of damage for a green item. RNG hates me when it comes to enchanting. I've told that story many times, but once I spent 150,000 gold trying to get the cannon to drop with 2 times crit damage on enchanting. And I just couldn't get 2 times crit damage, and in the end I ended up settling down for 1 time flat damage, 1 time crit damage on that cannon. it was this bad of an experience. Wasting 150,000 gold on disenchanting, meaning 150 tries. Because every time you disenchant, that's 1,000 gold because it was a legendary cannon. So that was 150 times I tried to enchant it and I couldn't get it to give me 2 times crit damage. I think it was broken back then and it just couldn't drop. So right now I can get 2 skill points, so just give me a moment. I need to do some respectacles. I need to take 1 respectacle from here. Put it, wait. Put it here. Now where do we go? Oh yeah, I need to use it first. Now I remove 1 point from here and this remains level 4 but still 6. Now I can put 1. Why is this level 5? This shouldn't be level 5. Oh no, it should. Fuck, I messed up. Oh no, never mind, I didn't. I didn't. That's nice. I can get a lot of skill points now. I realized I've got double the conductor bonuses, because by equipping this helmet, I got 3rd piece of the set, which means this one gives me 2 points, so I can remove 1 point of all of my conductor and all of my slammer skills, I mean. So now we're removing 1 point here. We are removing... No, this one I had 1 point from the helmet. We're removing... do I want to remove 1 point here? I probably want to. Now I need to get this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this one is maxed out now. Now next I have to decide. I'm probably gonna go for this one rather than that one. And we're good to go. Let's see now. This looks nice. This looks amazing. Let's try it. And thank you Paihawa for thinking so, that you enjoy my content. Sorry for the late reply. This kind of got me annoyed, this enchanting, but thankfully I ended up fixing my what's it called, my skills, and got some nice skill points extra. Viden is asking, can I ask which territory I can farm robots to increase my gold bonus in fort? Yeah. Just a moment. Let's quickly find the phase beast. The zone that's right before this one. I'm gonna show you after this map. So Sunken Ruins is something you can farm and it's super easy to reach it. And that's not the only one. The Excavated Workshop is the other one I think you can farm. So Excavated Workshop, Sunken Ruins. So after this boss I'm gonna show you, because it's easier to show you after this boss, because it's gonna teleport me right next to the Sunken Ruins. So basically you're teleporting back to Bugswat Burrow, and then right next to Bugswat Burrow's waypoint is the exit or entrance to Sunken Ruins. It's gonna teleport you at the end of the dungeon where the boss is. You can kill the boss and then start farming the dungeon and kill the automatons. But keep in mind, the goat bonus does not mean you get more goat. It means when you kill an enemy, there's a higher chance of that enemy actually dropping goat instead of dropping no goat. So it's not like you're gonna be getting more gold per drop, but you're gonna be seeing more gold drops overall. That's the same way kind of as gear work works. Gear work means that when you kill an enemy, there's a chance for the enemy to not drop an item, and there's also a chance for the enemy to drop an item as a Wookiee drop, and there's a chance of the enemy to drop an item without a Wookiee drop. Now they're changing the Wookiee drop to always be green, blue or legendary. So you see, this is the zone, Sunken Ruins. You have to teleport to Bugswat, then right next to the waypoint is the entrance to this zone. So if you want to be killing automatons, this is one of the places you can do it. You can just run around here. There's a lot of elites and things you can kill that can spawn in those parts. A lot of automatons. The other one that looks similar in Act 1 is the what's its name? Excavated Workshop. And also, just wait for Tuesday if you want. On Tuesday, in the next zone, there's gonna be so many automatons. You're gonna be killing Vultura and automatons, so whether it's the Vultura or the automatons, you're gonna be mostly killing those. Oh! Nice. Nice, an Act 3 boss fight. Oh, that's my Shvikbeak. That's one of my least favorite boss fights. Let's see if they reworked it. It seems like they seem to have reworked the annoying whitenings and the annoying turrets. There's a funny story about this fight from before. Act 3 content, yay! Hacks. This used to be the worst possible boss fight ever, honestly. It used to be terrible. Alright, we're getting arc powered boots. Zappity zap zap. I can't get rid of the cosmic ones, because right now I really need that 3-piece bonus, but this one is pretty decent. So in this boss fight you can see you're teleporting here, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 turrets. And those turrets, if they're active, sometimes all 4 of them used to be active, and they all hit you and zap you, those power coils. And then you end up starting the boss fight at like 10% HP. Also the whitenings that this boss was doing used to be super spammy and difficult to dodge sometimes. And you had to kind of dodge away where those other zappy coils are. No, you can no longer respect the relic skills. There was one point in time in the game where you could respect the relic skills. But now you can only respect the skills. And by the way, look at this guy. The mustache is over the helmet. A glorious, majestic mustache over that helmet. Mustaches take priority. This is my favorite mechanic in the game, where the helmet is under the mustache. So you can rock that Movember style even on June and even in June and July. It's always Movember for the Realm Master. I already have a sharpshooter summoner build, but I kind of messed it up, and now I'm gonna need a lot of respectacles to fix it. But I do have on my YouTube channel a video of Sharpshooter Summoner build. I have a playthrough, one of my streams was me streaming and playing through a Sharpshooter build. So I think there was a 10-hour stream, and from those 10 hours, I think the last 8 hours or so were me doing the full Act 1 and Act 2 of the game on a Sharpshooter Summoner build. So that was my second hero. In the alpha I started with the Summoner Mage, then my second hero was a Sharpshooter Summoner, the third one was this Realm Master, and the fourth one was the Forged. So I definitely have done Sharpshooter Summoner, and the Sharpshooter Summoner was actually was it the first? I think it was the first build video I uploaded for early access, and the second was the Mage Summoner, or maybe vice versa. Can't confirm which one was first. Starting to fill up. This is pretty okay, but yeah, let's get rid of some stuff. Actually, I'm gonna sell some stuff because I need the books now. Need the money. Okay, Putty Man, if it's 11 PM at your time, it's 1 AM where I am. 1 in the morning here. But I started summoning kind of later. But yeah, Putty Man, you can copy it and you can read. You can read the guide, because I updated the guide with some things that might not be in the video. I constantly update some of the things, because when I did that summoner build, I wasn't seeing the increase in those bonuses. I wasn't seeing the increase in the bonuses, and my summoner build was Onslaught, but you might wanna play, instead of using Onslaught, you might wanna use targeted strikes. And that might end up being better. So mine was kind of not a meta summoner build, mine was a fun summoner build the way I wanted to play it. I wanted to play it with AoEs, with a arrow rain kind of skill, which is Onslaught. Because the whole idea was the wolf is taunting, and it's getting all the enemies clustered up next to the wolf. And I'm using summons, and then I'm using the Bane to get more summons. And then I'm using Onslaught to rain arrows on top of the enemies. And then the optional skill was a choice between Curse of Pipi, Rizzy's Fate, or Revolt. So I'm actually gonna be doing this map with the automatons, just so I can get Act 3 bosses. Because I'm sick of doing the same bosses, and I just figured out I can do this map for Act 3 bosses. So hopefully we get some of those phase beasts in this map. I'm just sick of Bugswat Burrow. So here, kitty, show yourself. Spawn me a portal to kill Shriekbeak. Okay, Slazer, thank you for the follow, Slazer, on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. Appreciate it, and hope you enjoy your stay. So we're switching things up a little. I'm not gonna be doing Bugswat Burrow now. I wanna be doing Act 3 bosses. Get some Act 3 items maybe. Be ready for Act 3. There was no phase beast here, but at least I'm getting automatons killed. I really need to start farming wood. I really need planks. But I'm waiting for contracts, because there might be a contract that gives me planks and a contract that gives me wardrobe recipes, because I really need wardrobes. And I've got some extra sharpshooter wardrobes, but they are super costly. Like one of them requires me to pay like 200 planks or 100 planks or whatever. So there wasn't a phase beast, but that's not the end of the map. So who knows, maybe a phase beast would appear around here. I wanna kill Shriekbeak again. Seems like they've reworked it a little, rebalanced it since the last time I experienced the Shriekbeak fight. Vidamyanov, Viden, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. Welcome here as well. Someone's telling me to hydrate. That's actually perfect timing. I'm gonna go to the kitchen and refill my pitcher after this rewalk. So be right back in a minute, or let's say 90 seconds or so I can take a piss as well. So you're gonna be watching this be right back screen, but if you're on Twitch, I can play some ads for 90 seconds. So give me a moment and I'm gonna be right back in 90 seconds to get some drink and take a piss. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Got myself some water. I'm gonna pour it in my glass now. So, yeah, time to hydrate. So, I'm gonna do one more boss kill on the Realm Master and then I'm switching back to the Forged. Because it's been a while since we did some maps on him today. So, let's move on. There we go. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff to sell. Let's get rid of those first. There's gonna be buyback on Tuesday, by the way. So if you accidentally sell something like this one, which is actually pretty solid, yeah, that's a keeper. That is a keeper. I'm gonna put it in the storage. Might not use it on this hero, but on another one that I'm leveling, it's gonna be a nice choice. Those percent damage items are Some people don't probably realize how seriously important those are after level 20 something, when you start getting good bases. The higher your level, the more important and good those items become. The blue chest and leg armor with percent damage or with flat damage, or a combination of both, or a stack. Ideally you would have something with 3 sockets that gives you crit damage and bonus physical or bonus poison or whatever bonus, and you're gonna have that same damage on a two-handed weapon, so you can squeeze the most out of it. If you're using a two-handed weapon, you're probably better off having 2 times 10% bonus X type of damage rather than 1 time and flat or 2 times flat. Something like that. Let's put this there maybe. Damage with pound. What level is this? 26. Good for leveling a pound based terrain build. The stun train. And oh yeah, respectacles. Let's not lose those when we die. So one more boss kill on this, and then it's forge time. I can't wait for Tuesday and get some cannons. Because right now I've been so unlucky with the forged, I just can't get those 2 cannons, and I'm starting to believe I'm either super unlucky or they just don't drop. The Mega Blaster and the other one. So hopefully we find some phase beasts now. And no worries, Herion. If people are wondering what's happening, what ban Herion is talking about, Herion is talking about the Discord server in Chaosbane. He had been banned, and since I'm a moderator in the official Warhammer Chaosbane Discord, we didn't know why he was banned, because there was no reason. So I kind of have a suspicion. I remember him posting something about some cheaters, because we were having a discussion some months ago. Maybe that's what got him banned, because he posted like a screenshot of a trainer when we were discussing how... I think it was him, it could not have been him, might have been someone else. But in any case, I sorted this ban for him, I revoked it. Because he's one of my viewers from a long time ago that I played since I played Chaosbane. Cosmic Pants. We're getting more stuff for the Train Master. Come on, Face Beast, I wanna do Act 3 bosses. I'm sick of seeing the Strong Tusk and Wide Vote. I'm gonna be dreaming Strong Tusk and Wide Vote having a gangbang orgy between... It's not gonna be gangbang orgy, but if it's the 2 of them. So I need refresher. I need something that's not Wide Vote and Strong Tusk. Otherwise I'm gonna have nightmares of dreaming those 2 together. So no, thank you. And thank you, Rockman, for the follow. Really appreciate it. I definitely don't want to see Strong Tusk and Wide Vote for another few hours, few days maybe. once they add on Tuesday the patch, I'm gonna be so happy that I'm no longer gonna be seeing the same enemies, the same bosses all the time, and having to fight them and having to do the same boring fight over and over. Shriek Beak is fun, especially now that it seems he's not as overpowered as he used to be before. But it doesn't seem to be dropping me Phase Beasts in this map as much as I expected it to do. Come on, show me just one Phase Beast, come on, one more. One more for this hero. But yeah, if someone wants to farm goat, it's better to farm items in something like Acrid Plains or another zone with a high density of elites, where you can just kill them, get items and sell the items. Maybe get a pet that goes 90% quicker to the town. It's probably better to focus on gear work rather than focusing on gold work. But going for both of them, of course, would probably be the best choice if you're going for a farming build, if you really want gold. So whether that 5% you can get from upgrading your automaton station would really make much of a difference when it comes to the gear work, to the gold work I mean. But if you want to be farming automatons, that's definitely the zone right now, Sunken Ruins. But keep in mind, when Tuesday's patch comes, you're gonna be fighting a lot of automatons. And before you know it, you're gonna max out that gold work monument. Alright, I really wanna get one more beast. Might have to go and kill Wide Vote again or Strong Tusk if it doesn't spawn me Act 3 boss fight. I'm gonna try one more time. If I don't see Phase Beast here, I'm going back to Wide Vote and Strong Tusk, unfortunately. Come on. Voting, voting. Now there's gonna be another voting screen again. Over here. Come on.
You are overloaded.
Pet, go sell. Come on, Face Beast. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Come on. I know you're somewhere here. It has to be somewhere here. Maybe here? Nope. Alright, let's kill some of those. Maybe... Wait, wrong way. I need to go here first. This looks like the perfect place for a Phase Beast to show up from, this thing here. No work though. Did I... Oh, there we go. Finally. Finally. Is it Shriekbeak or is it gonna be the other one? I forgot its name. Ah, it gave me Cave of the Wasp, really? I was hoping for an Act 3 boss fight. Well, alright, it's gonna be White Vault. That's like getting throats a big time. Okay. Wow, didn't my pet go to sell? When did it fill up so quickly? Uh,
You can't cast that spell here.
well, I'm gonna have to go to the forge now, so the pet's not gonna sell. So, steampunk, here we come. This hero, actually, I made this hero by accident. I normally name my forge steampunk, and I created this as steampunk, and then I said, oh fuck, I misspelled the name, let's make a new one, and I kept this one the way it is. So my first forged was actually the other one with the F. And I just kept this one for the fun typo that I made. But actually that's the real word. My other one is the one with the weird word that I always used in the game for my forged heroes. Alright, let's try and get another phase beast there. Favorite class so far? I don't have favorite classes. I have favorite builds for every class. And those favorite builds keep changing based on when they rework certain skills. For example, my favorite build for the sharpshooter doesn't exist anymore because they made what's its name? Scattershot have cooldown. When Scattershot had 0 cooldown, there was such a fun build with it. My favorite build in the game was that one so far, throughout all classes. Right now, the Sharpshooter is my least favorite hero, unless we count the Summoner build. The Summoner build is pretty fun. I love Summoner builds. I love my Absolver, Holy Bolt kind of spammy build. For the mage as well, I love this build. This build is gonna be amazing when I get the Mega Blaster Cannon. But that's a big when. I love no train builds on the Realm Master. I've always loved the no train builds on the Realm Master. So for each class I've got 1 or 2 favorite builds that I can do, that I've done and tested. But favorite class, it's hard to decide. I mean, I've always been mage in games as my main. My main in games has always been a mage. Well, not always. Let's say when I was first starting to play MMOs with Guild Wars 1 and other stuff, I was picking warriors. But I was teenager. I was like 12, 13 years old back then. So I was going for the warriors, the knockdown, stun, AoE warriors. That's what I was getting. But eventually I started just playing main mages in MMOs and games like that. But I was always making one of every class to try it after leveling up my mains. But it's hard to tell whether the main is my favorite right now. Because again, some builds I don't like, some builds I do like on every hero. The same goes for relics. Some relics I do like for some builds, then for other builds I like other relics. Guild Wars 1 was such a fun game, yeah. The Radiant Blast, keep in mind Radiant Blast is an exploit right now. If you're using Radiant Blast with the Brilliant Herald, the Brilliant Herald is a glitchy item that's giving you 5 times more bonus. So instead of getting 500% extra damage, you're getting 2500. So if you're using the Brilliant Herald on a Radiant Blast, keep in mind you're actually using an exploit in the game. You're abusing an exploit, let's say. It's a good build. I don't have the item, but if I had it I would test it, because even when they fix the build it's gonna be amazing. Even when they fix that 2500% damage to be 500% damage, Uh, it's still gonna be strong, and I always wanted a Radiant Blast build, and I'm so happy that they reworked Radiant Blast to be a ranged spell. The way Radiant Blast used to work before is it used to be a knockback AoE spell around the character. And it was kind of boring, it was kind of underwhelming of a spell, but the way they reworked it and the way they added this item is just such a great item. But it's still gonna be doing millions. I mean, if it can do 10 million damage now, then it's gonna be doing 2 million damage later at level 60. So yeah, pretty good. Entropy has always been a good skill. Energy Spike has always been a favorite skill of mine. I mean, before they added Entropy into the game, Energy Spike was the meta because it didn't have a cooldown, but it didn't do as much damage as it does now. Then they added Entropy, but Entropy was kind of underwhelming and they buffed it. And then Entropy became just as good as the no cooldown Energy Spike. And now they added cooldown to Energy Spike, but made it much stronger. And they're gonna be adding more items with cooldown reduction, cost reduction, things like that. They're gonna be adding more items like this with the patch on Tuesday. And I've been looking for this because yeah, there's definitely some things that that need more cooldown and some things that need more cost reduction from items. I'm just super unlucky when it comes to items. I can't get the items for those builds. I can't get the Molten Reach. I can't get the what's it called? The item for the Energy Spike. I forgot its name. I can't get the Brilliant Herald. I can't get the Arc of Light. And I'm saving money to gamble for cannons. So I'm not gonna be spending my money trying to gamble for one-handed weapons or for off-hands for focus items. And Vidamyanov is asking what is that big building in my fort. It looks familiar from Torchlight 2. I'm gonna check it, see what you're talking about. But I think I'm getting disconnected now. Didn't let me log in. That's pretty peculiar. I'm not sure what's happening there. Alright, now it let me. So let's go to the fort to see which building he's talking about. I think he's talking about that legendary design. That's the big sphinx-like statue. I think I found it as a design from a monster drop or from a boss drop. There's gonna be so many fort designs with the contracts. With the contracts, everyone's gonna be unlocking more wardrobes. So have that in mind, you're gonna have much more storage space when they add the contracts. I'm assuming he's talking about this thing. Presence of the Mana Guardian, which should be this one. Presence of the Mana Guardian. I've got some legendary things unlocked, like where was it? Here in the storage I've got this sharpshooter hoe. Nice, interesting storage. I've already got one of those built. I can make another one. For this one I need a lot of planks, and I don't feel like going into the Goblin Frontier to collect planks, so hopefully we can get some from contracts. So this is some nice types of storage. I've got this one, the Jungle Dusk Mage statue. Again, I need some planks for that. I've also got the Bronze Dusk Mage statue. But if you want to see different statues and storage, I can try and look up some old stream of mine with the fort in Torchlight Frontiers. Let me quickly check something. If you want to see the fort stuff. I found a stream. I'm gonna quickly check this stream to see if that one had some Ford stuff in it. It's a 10-hour long stream, so it definitely had some Ford stuff inside. I'll try and find you some of the Ford stuff. But there were a lot of different buildings and things. Well, I can't find that time when I spent shitloads of time. When I spent shitloads of time in the fort, but there was one stream where I spent like 2 hours or so just messing with my fort stuff, just reworking it. I'm just checking some of the streams here. But yeah, if you look Torchlight Frontiers or streaming Torchlight Frontiers Alpha U9 for like update 9, you're gonna see a lot of my older streams from when the game was called Torchlight Frontiers. And in one of those streams, I'm pretty sure, I can't remember which one it was, but I spent like 2 hours completely deleting everything in the fort and starting over and rebuilding it and rearranging it. And you would be able to see so many different types of storage, so many different types of other weird buildings that I unlocked back then. And that was not even half of it, not even half of what we can unlock in the game. There's shitloads of things we can unlock. Shitloads of things in regards to buildings, and they're increasing the limit from 250 to 500 items we can place, 500 decorations with the next patch. So we're gonna be able to put more stuff in our forts to make it more complex. I'm not sure what the limit was back then. It could have been less, it could have been more. But yeah, you can get recipes from chests, from killing bosses, and contracts would be giving you with 100% chance at certain levels of the contract you're gonna be getting some designs for decorations. Just to give you an example, I'm gonna show you a screenshot quickly. I'm gonna show you a screenshot of a very old version of contracts. Very old version of the contracts. Let's go to... Okay, struck TLF, struck TLF. Here. So as you can see, that's a very old version, and the max level was 60 back then of the contract. Now the max level ended up changing to 30, and now it's 40. So you're gonna have 40 contract levels instead of 60, and each contract level gives you some rewards. As you can see, that's some fort decoration, another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fort decorations. So a lot of fort decorations. There's some fort decorations here with ember ores. That's a bundle of materials. You get the good materials here. This one I think was essences or dyes. You get dyes in the game. You can dye your gear different colors. So you get dyes to change the appearance of a certain thing. So that's something to keep in mind. Ignore this fame quest weekly reset. You no longer have weekly quests. Back then we had a boring system where every week we get a number of quests. Nature, thank you for the follow, welcome. And that's a lot of designs, a lot of things you can get, and you kill champions, you get fame, and and as you gain fame, you get contract levels. The new system would be 333 fame for contract level. So you kill a champion, you get 60, 70, 80. I can't remember exactly how much, but somewhere around there per champion. Let's not say per champion, but per champion pack. It could be a single mob pack, like a legendary mob or a unique mob, but it could be a 5 or 4 champion pack, like those purple ones that I just killed. So you kill one of those, you get fame. You kill bosses, you kill... it could be end of map bosses, it could be bosses like White Vault and like Psora and Kronk. So you kill those and you get fame. That's how it used to be. And you unlock some stuff, and you have to pick different types of contracts. I think when we get the patch on Tuesday, we're getting 3 different types of contracts, from what I saw on the official stream on Friday. So there's so many things that they've made for this fort. So many things. We're not seeing even 10% of the things or 20% of the things right now available to us in the current version of the game. So with contracts and with things that drop, eventually you're gonna be able to play a different game entirely. The fort is a game by its own. Some people might wanna just play to get their fort better decorated and stuff like that. I mean, it's like a side game, which I really enjoy sometimes. When I get bored of grinding and farming for wood, I might spend half an hour just doing stuff in my fort, doing that Care Bear vibe. So yeah, there is that thing. When you get bored of how your fort looks like, you can store everything and start from scratch and rebuild it. So it's gonna be a nice time killer, time consumer when we get that. And unfortunately I couldn't get the Phase Beast. Damn, I really want those Act 3 boss fights from the Phase Beasts here. I really want those Act 3 boss fights. Whether for Dusk Mage, Entropy and Energy Spike are better, right now you can't compare them really, unless you're using Entropy on a cooldown. If you're using Entropy on a cooldown and Energy Spike, then you can use both of them. And again, it's probably better to use both, even if Entropy is not on a cooldown. Energy Spike is always on a cooldown, so you can always use both of them. If you have to make choice between one and the other, I'm probably gonna go for Entropy. Because just I like it more, and I've played Energy Spike so much that when Entropy got released, I was pretty happy to have another dark skill that can work well with knockback, that can do a lot of damage every now and then, have different hits per many hits per second, and so on. Co-op grind is enabled right now. You can play with others as long as you add them to your friends list and invite them to your party. You can play with them up to 4 people. It gets a little laggy for some people, so for some people the WAC becomes big, especially if you're from different regions. You might experience more WAC than normal. Because I think, for example, you join someone that's on the NA server and he's the party leader, you're probably gonna be playing on NA maps. And if you're from Asia or from Europe or from Australia and Oceanic region, you might have some more WACs to that server. But co-op is available even right now. Let's try and get another Act 3 boss fight. I'm trying to show some Act 3 bosses, because I'm sick of White Vault and Strong Tusk. And since I found out just earlier that I can get Act 3 bosses to spawn from the phase maps in this one, I'm kind of determined to get some more today. You're doing my build with the summoner. You're happy with it. Well, that's good to know. Good to know that you're happy with it. And I kept getting asked, again, I'm gonna say it, I kept getting asked from people to do text versions of the builds if they don't wanna be watching the video every time they wanna check something with the build. So hopefully the text versions do help when you wanna check something, just like, oh, what was this skill, or what was this item that he was using. Again, this is not meant to be a meta build. The Entropic Summoner is not meant to be a meta build. I normally try to go for builds that are fun, not meta. Sometimes the meta builds end up being fun, most of the times they kind of end up being super boring one-shot fests. But in this game, I've said it many times, if you have the best items, you don't need a build. You can just randomly spend points, you can close your eyes and spend the skill points however you want. And you're gonna be strong enough if you have the best items, and this is the beauty of it. You don't need to have a degree in rocket science to make a build in this game. You can play whatever you feel like playing, whatever you think is a fun setup, and you might end up stumbling upon something nice. You don't have to be paying attention, oh, am I synergizing this item with the right skills? So as long as you have the best gear you can get for your level, for your content level. Yeah, some builds would be one-shotting, some builds would be clearing enemies within a few seconds, other builds would need a little bit more. But that doesn't mean you're not gonna be able to kill the hardest content bosses with enough dodging and hitting and maybe kiting if your build doesn't do as much damage, or if your build doesn't do enough damage reduction. But yeah, with the best items you're gonna have a good time regardless what skills and builds you pick up. And that's something that is very difficult to achieve in an ARPG. Yeah, there's still some disbalances when it comes to some classes being stronger than others, and eventually they're gonna make the weak stuff stronger, the strong stuff, if it's too strong, weaker. But they've been focusing a lot on buffs recently, as you've seen. They've only been nerfing with this patch, judging by the patch notes, only things that feel too much, that really feel like they need a nerf. Again, another map without a phase beast, unfortunately. Can't wait for them to patch on Tuesday, and so I can test some weird stuff with the Forged when they fix the tentacle bonus to work on fracking strike. Or to get the Mega Blaster and test that shotgun rapid fire build with the Mega Blaster. So another map without a phase beast. Ah, Sky, let's pet Sky. Someone redeemed to give my pet Sky a hug. First I'm gonna check if he's sleeping. He seems to be moving, so he's not passed out. Hey Sky. Right, let's pet him. He's probably wondering what the hell does this idiot want at this time. It's at 1:42 in the morning. That's probably what my pet is thinking. What am I doing to him? If I had a camera, I could have been showing him to you when it's not dark, because I normally play in the dark when it's dark outside. I don't use my lights in my room unless I really need it, because it hurts my eyes. I've got lights in my keyboard, I've got lights in my monitor. But normally when it's daytime, if I had a camera, I would be showing you me petting my pet and stuff. Eventually I'm probably gonna get a cam sometime. But there's more important things I need to focus on rather than getting a camera. I mean, I think streamers and content creators don't necessarily need a camera. In fact, when I do watch streams, I go for people without cameras myself, or when I do watch videos. Like for example in Borderlands 3 Lazy Data, perfect example of someone that doesn't do camera and is doing pretty fine. But for me the main reason I'm not doing the camera is mostly because I think the things I do in front of the camera won't be things people would wanna see on stream. like I had a surgery where they helped me breathe more because my nose was broken, and they made a surgery so that I can breathe to like straighten it a little, but the fucking doctors were idiots. They left a student doctor remove my stitches, and that guy told me, okay, he left some of the stitches inside, and he said they're gonna disappear by them on their own. They're gonna fall on their own, because he left like a couple of stitches, and the thing is, they didn't fall. They ended up staying inside, and now my skin grew over it, and that's irritating, and this is making me kind of salivate, and I have to kind of not spit, but salivate into a napkin every now and then, because it's annoying. It's fucking annoying. Bad student doctors. And and I'm still having troubles breathing through my nose, which is fucking annoying. But yeah, you sometimes can have bad experiences when you have surgeries with doctors. So this thing, for example, I wouldn't like seeing someone doing this on stream, taking a napkin and like spitting inside it or salivating inside it every now and then. So even if I had a camera, I wouldn't switch it on all the time, I guess, for that reason. Fucking stupid doctors again. Come on, let's see what's here. Come on, Face Beast. I'm doing this map just because the automatons don't wanna drop me Face Beasts. This map at least gives me Face Beasts every now and then. What is FWOOX, by the way? Vidamianov, what do you mean FWOOX? FWOOX. Monitor whites. I don't mind my monitor light right now, by the way. I just don't like using my room light. I don't like using my room light much. It becomes too bright. I'm too used to the dark, I guess. You can set sharpness and brightness of the colors. Oh, I definitely do that manually myself sometimes. For example, when I'm reading manga and I know it's gonna be black and white, I definitely decrease the contrast and the brightness and what's that other thing in my video control panel? The brightness, contrast and gamma. Those three things from the video control panel I definitely, before reading some black and white manga, for example Gleipnir or Gleipnir, I found that it's decent anime which I really like, and then I started reading the manga to catch up after the first season left off, to catch up from there. And I read other mangas and stuff like that every now and then when I have some free time. So this thing, when it's black and white, it's just gonna hurt my eyes if I read it at 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. I also put some tin foil on. So my balcony has a door that you can swipe, and this is exactly where the sun it has a eastern it looks towards the east, so that's exactly where the sun rises from the east. And I kind of put some tin foil to prevent some of that light coming, because it shines straight into my monitor during the day. Oh, it also shines straight into my bed, and so I kind of did the cheap MacGyver do-it-yourself thing and put some tin foil on the windows of that sliding door that leads to the balcony. Because I don't have blinds on that. I've got blinds on my window, but I don't have anything for that door. the cheap man's blinds that you can't move up or down or left or right. But it does work. It does do the job well, so it's more than fine. Tinfoil and duct tape. It looks bad. It looks terrible, but it gets the job done. But that's a good program. I might consider that program. Because right now when I'm playing, I don't feel the need to reduce the brightness or anything like that. But when I switch to reading, or for example when I'm watching anime, I also reduce a little bit the brightness and the gamma and the contrast. But when I'm watching live action movies, I keep them back to I put them back to 50%. So I'm gonna keep that program in mind. If it has different profiles, I can save and then hot switch between those profiles with the hotkey. That's gonna be nice.
Hiya! Looking for some gear?
So automatic. Okay, so no profiles. Oh wow, I still haven't fixed this weapon. You realize how good of a synergy this weapon is for my build, and I forgot to unbind it. I'm surprised I haven't died and lost this cannon. I deserve to be punished and die and lose this cannon if I'm playing without unbinding it for so long. Because my build does 50% extra damage to burning enemies, and I finally find a good cannon that does chance to burn, and it also does chance to knock back. And the chance to knock back would stack with the chance to knock back on my shotgun blast, and it's also gonna be pretty fun with that burn. The problem is I'm losing 21% damage with barrage skills and chance to poison, so I'm not gonna be able to stack poison with burning, but a lot of damage. See, you that's invisible damage because it's cannon damage. You can see it here as a cannon, but you don't see the cannon damage under attack. Kind of invisible damage, but I know it's there, and I know this 21% damage with barrage skills shouldn't be underestimated. It's a pretty solid stat. I mean, 21% damage to the shotgun blast by itself is super strong. But let's play with this one for a bit, see how much damage I can get with it. See how it goes. Any other wife bound items I forgot to sort out. Also maybe some items I couldn't wear before and I can wear now. This one requires level 40. And I'm not gonna change my mounting king anyways. This one is level 37. a lot of defense. Alright, let's do that again. It can be set manually, but can I make profiles? It's good to be set manually, but can I make a profile? Let's say I can call it a profile anime, then make another profile, call it games, then another profile, call it Netflix, then another profile, call it reading manga. So that I've got different brightnesses and things like that for those profiles, and just switch between those. Regardless whether it's with a hotkey or just manually switching from one or the other by clicking with my mouse, it's not gonna matter to me. But again, right now it takes me 3 clicks once I open the NVIDIA control panel to select how much brightness and contrast and what's its name? And gamma I want. So it's not like gonna be a huge change. Clicking a couple less times or 3 times less to change something, but it's still nice to have something like that, I guess. Chance to knock back focus item. Damn. Still waiting to get that 10% block chance focus item. This one is nice because this chance to knock back would go very well with my fracking strike. Speaking of fracking strike, to those of you who missed it earlier, I was telling you that you can have a build where you're using fracking strike which costs 50 hit and you're getting 50 hit back with the skittering tentacle, or actually it was the mountain king tentacle, I think. So every fracking strike you use would be free of charge. As long as you have enough hit, as long as you have 50 hit, you can kind of keep an endless spam of fracking strike. At least that's how the item says it works, but right now it's broken and fracking strike is not getting this bonus. But with the patch on Tuesday they're gonna fix it. So you're building this hit to 50, then you cast this and then you can recast it immediately after that because it refunds the heat. And that's the beauty of it. It's gonna be such a fun build, such a fun build. But it's gonna be a weapon damage build, it's not gonna be a cannon damage build. Because you're gonna end up, if you keep using your cannon, you're gonna end up having too much heat and you're not gonna be able to keep doing cannon things. Unless you are doing cannon things like vent, furnace blast or something else. But again, you're still gonna be getting you're still gonna be getting 50 heat back if you use even a 75 heat vent. So if you need to vent heat so you can use something like shotgun blast, you're gonna have to include another venting skill that vents more than 50. And there aren't that many choices. I mean, this one vents all, this one vents 25 only, and this one vents all. So you could probably try combining Vortex Bomb with Shotgun and with Fracking Strike and then have combo. Or just only use Fracking Strike once you build the heat and just keep that heat going. Vidamianov says it's midnight here, he's going to bed, he's gonna see me tomorrow and he can even play in party someday. I'm always happy for a party. Good night, Viden. Thanks for stopping by and until next time. Again, I'm always open to partying with my viewers. If I'm not open for partying, I'm gonna let people know. If I'm like testing some stuff, for example, I'm gonna slow down the party, so I do let people know that I'm testing stuff, I'm switching items, switching builds. I normally do that on Chaos Bane though, because in Chaos Bane you can respec for free, as much as you want. So sometimes I'm gonna be spending too much time respecing and testing builds, and then I definitely don't want to slow down my teammates. But in this game I'm always happy to co-op. Yeah, every now and then I might be changing characters, but that probably wouldn't be slowing us down too much. Overall, I'm really happy with some of the reworks they're doing for the Forged with this next patch. Really happy with some of the reworks they're gonna be doing. So many plague bearers, wow. Wow. Those phase beasts don't wanna appear, obviously, on this map. I'm gonna stop farming this map because it's just not gonna spawn me enough phase beasts apparently. Okay, did I check everywhere? Not here. Not yet. Come on, I want another Act 3 boss. I want Shriekbeak. Does anyone know any other place where you can get Act 3 phase beast maps? That maybe has better spawn chance of those. Another plague bearer. Wow, so many plague bearers. Did you see this plague bearer bow disappearing for a second? Being invisible. Wow, he was teleporting and plague bearer at the same time? Or was I seeing things? Okay, I'm going back to Bugswat. I'm going back to Bugswat to get the phase beast. Oh, the pet's full. Let's sell then.
I'm ready to bet.
I've lost so much gold though in gambling, so hopefully by Tuesday I farm 20k. Shouldn't have overspent. Shouldn't have overspent all that farmed money on gambling items that are not cannons. My pet's been getting angry and scratching his nails on his scratcher, trying to get my attention here, and he's kind of like meowing very quietly. He's getting bored, wants attention, wants to play with me. Alright, enough playing around, let's look for the beast. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Don't be shy, show yourself. Don't hide. Beastie boy, don't be coy. Maybe it's in this side. Is it? Maybe. It's not here. There we go, beastie boy. No! Fuck. He's gonna run away if I... Alright, I can die now, I don't care. The portal spawned. If the portal spawned, I don't care if they kill me, I can return. Thankfully, there's always a 0 gold option, resurrect, when trying to save up the coins. And I'm not sure whether they're removing the gold limit with this patch, but I did hear something, I did read more like something about the gold limit going away. Gotta figure out whether it's gonna be with this update or not though. Kind of messed my rotation, he should have been dead 2 times by now. Did something wrong. I think I was focusing too much on my shotgun blast and too little on my fracking strike. Now that I got the burning cannon, I wanted to see how much damage I can do with the shotgun. Because those 10,000 hits were the fracking strike hits. 3-4 hits in succession of 10,000, that's the fracking strike waves hitting him. Alright, let's switch to mage, but before that I'm gonna go back to the forged, maybe go to the fort. Never mind, let's switch to mage. Little bit of mage play. Because we spent enough time on the forged. Maybe try and get. Should I try and get that boss fight from Sunken Ruins? Man, I wish I knew another zone that's not Sunken Ruins that can give me Act 3 bosses with the phase beasts, and that doesn't take too long to reach from one end to the other end of the map. I'm gonna try it without killing enemies. Just gonna run from one end to the other. I'm gonna have to kill the first enemy though, the boss, but then I'm gonna... I'm not gonna involve on the pet chest because my pets are full. So let's try and run now and find that beast before it disappears. Was that a beast back then? No, that's my pet purple. Ah, shit. Fuck. Please don't die. Kind of did this to myself by wasting my wasting my what's its name charges, my shadow step charges. I'm surprised I didn't get killed there. Come on, map. I know you wanna spawn me a beastie boy. Here, kitty kitty. Come on. I want Shriek Beak. I wanna get his beak detached from his face. We're gonna be killing a lot of Shriek Beaks in Act 3. Okay. I'm gonna run back. Maybe it's gonna spawn on my way back, and then I'm gonna go back to Bugswat and just do a regular phase beast hunt. I wish I had the movement speed aura. I would have totally equipped it instead of the crit chance when doing this. But it's the one pet skill I'm still missing. I'm surprised I actually didn't notice when I got the Necro Pupper. Somehow I ended up getting Necro Pupper today or maybe yesterday and I didn't realize it. When I've been constantly releasing the pets or pressing escape, but I think that's what happens when you press escape on a pet cage. When you press escape on a pet cage, it doesn't release it but sends it to your home to prevent people accidentally cancelling that. And since I've been pressing a lot of escape when I open the pet cage to just close it quickly, maybe one of those was a Necro Pupper. But I did unlock the vampirism a few hours ago. So now it's just the movement speed aura. I used to dig the movement speed aura when speedrunning stuff. Or when I had a lot of crit chance from items. Oh, there's the beastie boy. Clipsis, thank you for the follow, Clipsis. Welcome to the Struck Up to my Twitch channel. Really appreciate that. So, let's do that, boss. Is Torchlight 3 worth buying right now if you like Diablo 3 and Torchlight 2? It depends. Do you like playing unfinished alpha games? Not alpha, beta games? If you like playing early access, you might have some fun, but right now the game doesn't have its end game. It used to have end game a few weeks ago in the beta, and it used to have end game in the alpha, but now they removed it because it's getting changed for a better system that they're working on. So if you don't want to play a game that doesn't have end game, you're better off waiting. Give it 1-2 months, and once you hear about the update that brings the Fazir Shad dungeon, the end game mode, then probably ask again. Because right now I don't want to suggest it to a person that's expecting to have some tons of hours of replayability under the form of the end game mode. That's planned to come soon. On Tuesday we're getting the third act, and with the third act we're getting contracts, and contracts are a nice auto reward system in a way. It's like a battle pass, but it's all free. You don't pay for it. It's free for everyone, free forever. You keep killing enemies, you gain fame, you get contract levels with that fame, and every contract level gives you a reward. I can just kind of give you a screenshot instead of talking about it, it's easier. So that's it, and you get the different rewards. Ignore this fame quest weekly reset. That was an old shitty system that they removed because we didn't like it. We told them we don't like it, they removed it. We used to get weekly quests every week. There used to be some quests that made you go to WoW zones on a high level character to kill WoW monsters and get 0 XP from those monsters. They changed it, so now you just kill enemies, you kill champions and get fame. And you get 333 fame, which is half a 666, very fun. I'm sure the new system from the stream on Friday showed 333, and the maximum level of each contract is 40. Once you complete it, there's 10 repeatable levels. And you get things like this fort decoration, other good stuff. You get a lot of good fort decorations and things like that. You get materials, you get consumables. So there's gonna be a lot of things you can get. From the contract system. But that's not endgame. That's something that you start around Act 3. Killer Shark TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you as well. Appreciate that too. So that's not endgame. That's just something that kind of starts around Act 3. It might start with you completing the story. It might start with you reaching a certain mission. It remains to be seen. It used to start pretty early on, but they've reworked it, and since it's returning along with Act 3, and since they said it's meant to be a system that goes together with Act 3, we kind of have to see what exactly they mean with that. So, about the endgame mode, I can't reveal much. Me and a few other people from the community and from the official Discord were invited some time ago in a preview session, a focus group, to see the new endgame mode as a work in progress and to give feedback, to give our thoughts and impressions of what they showed us. So I can tell you it's a reworked version of the old rifting system we had here, which was a map work system, but it's much better. It's like I always say this exact same thing about it. They're not trying to reinvent the hot water. They're not trying to rediscover America and Big Columbus. They're not trying to do something that no one has done. They're trying to do their own take, their own spin on a rifting endgame mapping system. So many people guessed it based on the revealed promotional material teaser that it has something to do with cards, with playing cards, but that's pretty vague, pretty vague, honestly. I can tell you it's gonna give you enough customization to your experience, but also enough randomization. And it's not gonna be as boring as WoWsen and the WoWsen mapping system, and it's also not gonna be endless. It's not gonna be endless like Diablo boring rifting, where you have endless rift levels and you have endless paragon levels, and you're just constantly pushing the numbers higher and higher. It's not gonna be that boring, lazy type of content. There's gonna be variety. There's definitely gonna be variety to it, but until they show us more and until it's revealed, we can't tell you more. But I can tell you I loved it and I'm excited about it. If that means anything to people, I'm definitely legit excited about the system. And on Wednesday they're gonna show us probably more, because they asked us for another focus group session. And I agreed to participate again. So I'm assuming they're probably gonna show us more, but again, I can only tell you vague details without revealing too much and spilling something that I shouldn't spill. I think what I told you is pretty much within the lines of what I can tell you. that they're working on an endgame system, that I'm excited about it, that it's not gonna be as boring as Wozen or Diabus, but it's also gonna be familiar to last epoch's monoliths and to Wozen's thing and to Diabus thing, and it's definitely not gonna be like Path of Exile's mapping though. So keep that in mind. It's far from it. So again, they're not trying to reinvent the hot water, but they're trying to make something unique, and it definitely is some sort of a unique version of a rifting system, of an endgame dungeon system. And I always say this when I start talking about this stuff, I always say what I told them as feedback after my first impressions of the not finished thing that they showed us. They just showed the screenshots and a presentation and a really small footage of the interface, not of the gameplay itself, but of the interface when you talk to the NPC no, let's stop here. So what I gave them as
Take a
feedback.
chance, spend some coin.
I told them that I'm only scared, I'm only concerned that one endgame system wouldn't be enough. And I think it's kind of true. One endgame system probably... Shit, I saw the scroll font binding again. I keep doing that. Selling my scroll font binding. Okay. This on paper seems like a good increase, but it may not be that good of an increase, because I'm losing invisible damage versus goblins, which works against White Vault. I'm gonna go to my fort quickly. So I told them to consider adding a second endgame mode. I don't remember if I told them to consider making the monsters in the story mode zone scale after finishing the story, but I might as well have told them that. If I haven't, I do think that we need that. Once you beat the game, once you finish Act 3, to start scaling the enemies to your level once you teleport to a story zone. Any zone in the story. Any zone in the game. 677, but no socket. Okay, what can I add on leg armor? I think there was some crit chance. No, just defenses. Okay, that's not bad. That's actually pretty solid. Let's see if I can get better damage with this one. The scrolls of unbinding would remain as they are. The ones you have, but you're gonna have a new thing called scroll of binding or something like that. Let me find the thing in the patch notes. So they're not gonna delete currently existing scrolls of binding, but you're gonna have a new type of scroll, and it's probably gonna be the same model, just a different name. So revamped wife bound. So it's gonna be scroll of wife bound. Wife bound items no longer drop. New scroll of wife bound item have a chance to drop starting at level 7. Has a relatively low chance to drop from normal monsters. When monsters do drop wood, it's between 1 to 4% chance. So if an item drops if a monster drops an item, there's 1 to 4% chance for that item to be the scroll. 1 in a 6 chance of dropping from boss chests. Oops. Champions and bosses. And yeah, phase beasts now begin appearing in hub areas, blah blah blah, okay. And phase dungeons from phase beasts have 100% chance of dropping scrolls of wife bound. So if you do a phase dungeon, at the boss chest you're getting every time a scroll of wife bound. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So this one as well at the end, the quest rewards and so on. So hopefully this is some useful information. And the patch notes are on the official Discord, discord.gg/playtorchlight. You can go there, and there's a channel called Beanstalk, where the community manager Bean is posting. And yeah, those patch notes are a huge list. If you want more info, if you can't see the patch notes yourself right now, if you want to know more about some changes, ask me. I can go look it up into the patch notes and give you the details. Eventually, after Tuesday, I'm probably gonna spend some time and make a patch video. Maybe the patch video would be coming on Wednesday, maybe. Because I want to go through some of the changes. I don't want to rush my patch notes video where I'm discussing the changes and all that happened and summing up everything. So Tuesday, Wednesday, or at latest Thursday is when I'm gonna make a video on YouTube about it, discussing all the things, testing some of the things which I could test. Of course, I won't be able to test everything, because I probably don't have some of the items that were changed. I did not level up a code relic, so I've got all the other relics leveled up, not the code one. So I'm not gonna be able to give you much testing and footage about that. But at least I've got all the heroes at like level 35. From some of the heroes I've got multiple builds, so I've got multiple skills I can try and test stuff and see how it goes. Let's find that Phase Beast though. Where are you, Phase Beast? Come on, Beastie Boy. Oh, it doesn't want to spawn. Let's just kill some stuff. I'm having those blue recipes, a lot of materials. Can't wait to get cannons. Cannons in the game were one of the important highlights of the patch notes for me, personally. Because I've been having such bad luck trying to get to specific cannons to test two interesting fun builds I wanna do on the Forged. One of them is a Vortex Bomber kind of build, the other one is the Mega Blaster Shotgun / Rapid Strike build. So yeah, those patch notes, you can kind of spend a lot of time reading them. I read probably 75, 80, 85% of the patch notes yesterday. Kind of read the important areas for me. It took me a while. It's a lot of stuff. Well, there's no beast here. Should I kill the boss? The boss is over there. Where did it go? A lot of the relics are changing. The relic activations are changing. Relic active skills are changing as well. Bane is becoming more summon centric, so there's no longer gonna be the venomous small spider, but it's gonna be a summon that stays and attacks and poisons enemies. So you're gonna have the little spiderlings on Bane as summons, and then you're gonna have a big spider as the active skill. I'm gonna quickly go to my fort, delete some pets. Let's release them into the wild. Be free, little buddy boy. Our pet shelter is getting unglitched as well, by the way. Big fan of this change. Wait, why is this a legendary pet? Right, I think we deleted enough. Sometimes it gets so full with pets, it's just... I keep pressing escape, but escape ends up... escape ends up actually sending them to my shelter when... instead of cancelling it. Did I just get electric damage? More electric damage legs. Do I wanna unbind this shit? I mean, it might end up being nice. So, let's do this. Electric damage. Super electric. Okay. Let's try it. I'm not gonna bother disenchanting, I'm just not gonna use it. Oh, that's level 25. That's actually a Wobby item. Let's put it in the Wobby section. Alright, another try. Does anyone wanna see a little bit of Realm Master? Let's do Realm Master a bit. Yeah, the wife-bound system wasn't perfect. This system is worse, I can agree, and I already got a solution how to make this system better. So keep the system the way they wanna make it, but allow the items to not delete when we lose them, but to actually break. So let's say you get a wife-bound scroll and you make your weapon wife-bound and you go and kill a boss but you die. So the weapon breaks down but doesn't get deleted, and then you farm something called a blessed hammer or magic hammer or whatever you wanna call it, some sort of consumable that allows you to fix the durability of the broken item. This is immediate fix. First you get another consumable you can farm, another resource that they can add into contracts. Second, it's okay. It's better than the first. It's better than the second system, I guess. So it's not too overpowered like the old system where you can get super easy 20% stronger items permanently. But it's not as annoying, as boring, as stupid as the new system. I mean, let's be honest, the new system is boring. Most people won't even bother using the new system, because unless you have two super strong items and you're willing to sacrifice one of them to make it stronger, you're not gonna wanna risk it. And if you know that you're not gonna lose the weapon completely, but break it down until you find something to repair it, then it's not gonna be that bad. And I went ahead earlier and theorized a way to make it even better by introducing a durability system. And when you're playing on a higher difficulty, you lose more durability. So let's say an item has 30 durability or 40 durability. When you play on ridiculous, you lose, for example, all of the durability when you die. When you're playing on painful, you maybe lose 80% of the durability. When you're playing on something like normal, you lose half of it. When you're playing on casual, you lose like only 20%. So some sort of a durability system where, based on what difficulty you're playing on and what difficulty you're dying on, the item gets broken down bit by bit when it's wife bound. And that's gonna be actually a pretty fun, nice system, introducing an item that lets you fix the durability of a broken item. It doesn't have to be completely broken, it can just replenish the durability of an item that's 10% broken. And that definitely seems like a fun system I would enjoy in a game. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one here that thinks that this is actually a solid solution to this system. It's probably gonna be a lot of development, because that's a complicated system probably. I'm not a developer, so I can't estimate how much of manpower that would be to add a durability system and to add a new consumable item that can fix the durability and to tie losing a certain amount of durability based on the difficulty the player is playing on. But I think this seems like a very legit system that can tie into the new system without needing to roll back the old one. But if you don't like the new system, let them know. Let them know on Note, and this is the link for Note. This is the feedback center, so you can report bugs, you can give them feedback, and you can downvote, upvote different tickets. Just make sure you see whether someone already reported the same thing, and if they did, just upvote it, or if someone already suggested the same thing. They're definitely paying attention, and just seeing this huge amount of patch notes probably tells you that they're listening, especially knowing that they've prioritized some of the last 3 weeks top rated note tickets, such as the map overlay not disappearing when you have the map overlay not disappearing when you start moving. That was probably the most voted note thing, and they prioritized it and fixed it. We've been asking for that since the map overlay existed, actually. There were times where map overlay didn't even exist. Good old days. The olden days. Oh wait, was that 715 one-handed fire item? Gee, that's actually pretty good for my mage. That got fire damage, flat legs. Although those items, I shouldn't care much about those items. Soon I'm gonna be changing those for like level 40 plus items, level 50 items on Tuesday. So yeah, let's just not pay too much attention to the items until Tuesday. If no one suggested such a system like the one I thought of earlier today on my stream, I'm probably gonna write it up on notes when I remember to do it. I tend to forget stuff. Probably need to start smoking again to start remembering stuff better. I'm not talking about tobacco though. Fucking tobacco sucks. Used to smoke for 10 years before I quit smoking cigarettes at 24. That tells you I started smoking at 14. That was actually seriously smoking. Let's see. Or did I stop smoking at 22? Well, I can't remember when I stopped smoking anymore, but I'm pretty sure it was like 10 years. I remember that. But anyways, no phase beast again. Again, a map without a phase beast. That's full. Alright, let's do a few more kills. It's 2:39 in the morning, so I'm gonna do a few more kills. I'm loving how this guy feels to play as a melee non-trained build. This is it's like chaining his skills so nicely sometimes, especially with that hammer spin. Hammer spin is one of my favorite skills in the game. I just love the whole motion of spinning while spinning your hammer around you like a centrifugal stuff. And these guys slamming attacks with the pound and with the spike drive just feel amazing. Seriously, like a guy dancing instead of fighting. Like that, you can chain them pretty nicely. Right, let's go find the beast again. The only thing I'm bummed about is that they moved the ghost train into the conductor tree, so it no longer benefits from slammer bonuses. But before Spike Drive existed, I used to play the same thing, but instead of Spike Drive it used to be Ghost Train in the skill bar. And the relic weapon active skill used to be whatever, I used to constantly switch it. I used to love playing the Flaming Destroyer on this guy a lot. But relics were different then, skills were different. But the Ghost Train definitely felt nice for a AoE master, as I like to call it back then, this setup. Spam some spiders. As you're seeing, I can spam the spiders, but I don't do it, because I mean, I can get good damage if I spam them, but the best damage I can get is using Busting Charge, then Spike Drive or Lantern Flash to make them sword or blinded, and then maybe using Venomous Small. But Spike Drive by itself, with this upgrade, you can see I've got this at level 10 with the 2 bonus levels, and this is at level 10 with the 2 bonus levels, and this is at level 10 with the 2 bonus levels. So right now at level 37, with those 2 items, I've got pretty nice amount of skills. Nice amount of stuff going on for it. And yeah, Spike Drive is definitely strong with this bonus. Alright, let's do a few more kills. Let's say 3 more kills and make it so that I've got something to limit me. 3 more kills. What's tomorrow? Actually, it's already today, a Monday. I need to make a Warhammer Chaosbane build video. So my stream might be a little late, because it's 3 in the morning and I'm probably not gonna fall asleep until 5 or 6 in the morning. I'm probably gonna wake around 2, 3 in the afternoon. But once I make that engineer mortar build for Chaos Bane, again in the evening there's gonna be some Torchlight 3 streaming. By the way, to those of you who are wondering if Chaos Bane is worth it, it's actually a decent game right now, 1 year after the game launched. It seems like a decent game that can provide you nice alternative to games like Diablo. Don't expect it to be the game full with players. It's around 100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 people at max playing it nowadays. You can see the Steam stats to see. So there's not that many people playing it, but if you wanna consider it a single player game and if you wanna be playing some different builds, some different characters every now and then, it's actually pretty fun game, Chaos Bane, and right now it's 60% off on Steam for the Magnus edition and the other editions. Because I keep getting asked, is Chaos Bane worth it, is Torchlight 3 worth it, and I just remembered after talking about it that it's actually the perfect time to just say my opinion about it. Don't expect it to be Path of Exile or Diablo 3 or Grim Dawn, but it does have a lot of nice freedom to change your build. You don't have to farm all day to change your build. It's completely free of charge to change your god skills, which is the passive trees, which also unlocks some active. There's active god skills too in the game, and to change your normal active and passive skills, you also don't pay anything. The game is far from perfect, but they've rebalanced it pretty nicely recently. There's shitloads of build variety for Chaos 7, and the maximum is Chaos 10. And Chaos 10 is only doable for XP. It's not worth it in most cases to solo Chaos 10, but if you're in a team of at least 2 people, Chaos 10 is definitely fun. Chaos 9 is where I normally farm on my meta builds. On the non-meta builds I go for Chaos 8 or Chaos 7 based on whether I'm trying to speedrun or not. And even Chaos 4, 5, 6 can drop you shitloads of green items with the upgraded relic hunts. But yeah, it's a shame that Chaos Bane had such a bad start, but the developers screwed up when Chaos Bane launched. The first couple of months were super important and they kind of made very bad decisions with the first few patches. Since September or October they've been releasing decent patches, adding, improving, rebalancing. So the game could be a little bit of a in-between leagues kind of a game for Diablo and Path of Exile players, but it's definitely miles away from Path of Exile or Grim Dawn. Kind of similar to Diablo though. And the combat feels okay. Alright, let's do 2 more maps. I think I said 2 more maps after this one. And Chaos Bane right now is the only hack and slash ARPG in the regular, the fantasy Age of Sigmar Warhammer universe. We do have 40k Inquisitor Martyr, but for the non-40k universe for PC, because there's a mobile ARPG, Warhammer Odyssey or whatever it's called, I don't think it's out yet though. So for PC, that's the only one in this universe that's a hack and slash ARPG looter. But the developers, yeah, kind of had a rough start with that game. Yeah, it's so boring solo. I mean, I'm blessed to have viewers that play the game, and when I stream, to every now and then find people to play with throughout my stream. But imagine someone who doesn't watch streams or doesn't stream themselves. It's gonna be super hard for them to find people to play with. If they do something like Grim Dawn, Wobby modes, Wobby games, like Grim Dawn and Titan Quest, where you can create a game and have others join it. That probably might at least solve it, so people would see that there's others playing right now, because most people don't even bother making their game public. Most people probably don't even consider that when playing, to open the game for the public so that maybe someone can join. But I'm happy with how the game ended up getting patched with the last two big updates, with the Tomb Kings and the Forges and the Tower of Chaos, so actually the last three updates. It's true that there's still broken shit with it that's kind of pissing me off, that they didn't prioritize fixing the broken shit like the Forge but Pistol, and went on and released the Tower of Chaos, but in a way it's good to have the Tower of Chaos. It's good to have the Tower of Chaos, and it's good to have upgraded relic hunts and reworked boss rush modes. Now it's the turn for the invasions to get a rework, because the invasions are so outdated. I mean, just knowing that it goes up to Chaos 6 when there's already up to Chaos 10 in difficulties, and that it only gives you Act 1, 2, 3 and 4 when there's 2 more chapters, 2 more biomes. Actually, 1.5 more biomes. Invasions do seem outdated and they do seem boring now. A boss rush is useless because they didn't rework the gear work. They should have increased the gear work in boss rushes. That's the big problem of boss rushes. They should have made boss rushes have a lot more gear work than they do. Chaos 10 boss rush should have the gear work of a maxed out Chaos 10 upgraded relic hunt. Let's say Chaos 10 has 10,000 gear work. Let's say Chaos 9 is 9,000. Chaos 8 is 8,000. I think that's gonna be a very good way of handling boss rushes. Chaos 7 7,000, Chaos 6 6,000, Chaos 5 5,000. Pretty decent way of handling gear work for boss rushes. And you know, anything above 6 7,000 is kind of an overkill. And the other day on Chaos 7 I could get 4 green items in a single speedrun when testing speedrun builds for Chaos 7, so it's pretty nice. I think what Chaos Bane needs the most right now is reworking invasions, increasing the rewards of the boss rush mode when it comes to wood quality, and the other thing it needs is new rings and new amulets and new weapons that give you heroic versions of skills that we don't have as heroic skills right now. Of course, I would prefer new sets, but new sets are more development, because that's 5 pieces of design that you need to make. A weapon or an offhand is only 1 piece of a design, and for rings and amulets you don't have visual representation other than the shortcut, than the icon, the inventory icon. So making heroic skill amulets and rings would be easier and faster probably than making new pieces of equipment, because each set is 5 pieces in Chaos Bane, so you have to design visually how it would look on the hero. If you add one new set to one hero, you have to add another set to the other heroes. Otherwise, well, it's kind of gonna look weird if you only add one set on one hero. But you see what they did with the Phantom Blade and having heroic weapon that gives you heroic Phantom Blade with the Blade of Azire. This is something every hero could use. A weapon that gives you a heroic version of a skill that is a basic attack skill. I wouldn't mind heroic excavation on Kiwa. I wouldn't mind heroic skill on Elessa. I wouldn't mind a heroic axe throw on Bragi that maybe throws 3 or 4 axes in a cone. maybe something like that. I mean, just give me some time, I can give you the ideas and design the skills, and someone could make the hard work when it comes to coding and making the layout and everything. But I can easily tell you what physics and stuff you might want for each of those skills if you want them to be heroic. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it. So thanks again for watching today. Keep it cool. It's kind of late here, almost 3 in the morning. Until next time, and good night from me. Goodbye.